The Royal Commission is now in session.
Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Professor Michael Colin Woods.
Present.
Professor Woods, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Professor Woods, you've prepared a statement for the Royal Commission dated the 18th of August 2020. I'll ask that it be displayed so you can adopt it. It's at RCD 9999 0465 0001. Is that a copy of its first page?
That certainly looks like a copy of its first page, yes.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the factual contents in it true and correct, and the opinions in it opinions that you sincerely hold?
They are.
Thank you. I tender the document.
Yes, the statement of Mr. Woods of the 18th of August is Exhibit 21-3.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor Woods, you've set out your professional background and in particular your experience in relation to aged care sector reviews in your statement. I just want to note for the record, as I have previously, that you were the lead commissioner in the inquiry of the Productivity Commission Caring for Older Australians, resulting in the report bearing that name in 2011. And that's right, isn't it?
That is correct.
And one of the items of work noted in your statement is a relatively recent one which could have a significant impact on the recommendations the commissioners might make. It's at paragraph 8.3G. It's the report to the Department of Health impact analysis of allocating residential aged care places to consumers 2020. And I see from the version of the report available on the Department of Health website that document bears the date January 2020, and more recently than that it's been published. Is that right?
It was published last Friday.
Right. Terrific. Thank you. Now, I haven't done an in-depth analysis of it. I'm not going to ask you detailed questions about it, but it's a report that you were commissioned to write after due analysis and consideration, obviously, with Mr. Grant Corduroy of Stuart Brown. Is that right?
Indeed.
And the topic that it covers is essentially reform to the current system for the allocation of residential aged care places to approved providers, which is done on a regional allocation basis in allocation rounds. Is that right?
That is true, yes.
And another one of the matters considered was the current system of rationing the allocation of places nationally and annually and distributing them on a regional basis through the allocation rounds that we've just mentioned. Is that right?
Yes, they're all tied together as a way of constraining supply.
And on my quick read of the report, is it correct to say that the recommendation that you've made together with Mr. Corduroy is for what's called Model 2, which is for the removal of supply limits on the allocation of places and for them to be allocated directly to the people who wish to enter into residential aged care homes?
Well, we wish to enter once they have been assessed as being eligible to enter. So there is still a constraint, i.e. On demand, being that they're being assessed as being eligible, given that these are subsidised residential aged care places. As with home care, it's important that eligibility conditions apply so that the taxpayer funding goes to those most in need. But yes, it does recommend removing the supply constraints and improving competition between providers and allowing consumers to then exercise greater choice and control.
Thank you. And you noted some submissions. I think you called it a polarising model.
Yes.
Some submissions pointing to the possibility of increased vacancy rates or decreased occupancy rates in existing residential facilities, but balancing that with other factors, you and Mr. Corduroy came down in favour of that model. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that's a very important point, because what we did find is that occupancy rates for aged care homes that may still have multiple shared wards and the like are higher than they might otherwise be in a more competitive environment where they have to attract consumers, future residents to those homes in competition with those who are providing more consumer-oriented aged care homes. And therefore, we would expect occupancy rates to continue to fall in those that do not meet consumer expectations. At the moment, if you constrain supply, then unsurprisingly, it allows a lot of poorer providers to continue to operate.
Thank you. With respect to the major report of the Productivity Commission of 2011, I just want to ask you a couple of things about the contextual matters you noted in that report. They seem just as relevant today as they did then, perhaps.
Sadly.
And if the operators are able to display extracts from Volume 2 of the Productivity Commission report, Caring for Older Australians 2011, then that might assist people who are viewing the web stream at home. But it's probably not necessary that we, in effect, read out tracts of it. I'll just ask you about some points that arise from the contextual matters noted in the first part of the discussion in Volume 2 at pages 2 to 26 on the challenges to sustainability of the aged care system as you saw them in 2011. One of the points you noted at the foot of page 5 was for the desirability of having a contributions regime which rebalanced the share of private contributions towards sustainability of the system with public contributions before the baby boomers enter their 80s. And of course, we're 9 or 10 years closer to that point now. But is that still a matter that concerns you and that you regard as an important principle when designing a overall financing strategy for the sustainability of aged care?
Yes, there are two components. One is how should it be funded, and the second is who should contribute that funding in what proportions between taxpayers and individuals. And quite clearly, many individuals who participate in aged care, whether it's home care or residential care, are pensioners with very limited income and very limited assets. And there is a strong principle of supporting those people to remain at home as long as possible, and if they need aged care, home professional care on a 24-hour basis, that they be supported in undertaking that. But for other people who have accumulated wealth and earn income above those certain levels, there is little argument as to why they should be spared drawing on their income and assets and having that funding transferred to taxpayers. The panel beaters in Western Sydney or the shop assistants in outer Melbourne, why should they, through their taxes, be paying for those services if they are able to be paid for to a greater extent by the individuals who have the capacity to do so? Noting that there are other conditions such as stop loss mechanisms and the like that ensure that there remains a very strong taxpayer contribution, which at the moment in total is 3/4 of the cost of aged care.
And the stop loss mechanism that you just mentioned, can I just attempt to summarise what that is? And please do correct me if I've got it wrong, but taking, for example, the recommendations made in 27 by Mr. Tune, he recommended the abolition altogether of annual and lifetime caps on the contributions that people should be required to make, subject to a means test, to the cost of their care and the cost of other services they receive in the context of aged care. And Professor Woods, are you saying that in fact caps of that kind do play an important role as a stop loss mechanism, preventing people from having to plan for what are sometimes called by economists catastrophic or very large imposts on their private resources?
Yes, Mr. Tune in the Legislative Review 2017 did make the point that it is only those who have higher levels of income and wealth who are likely to bump up against the current levels of sort of a ceiling on contributions, or a stop loss mechanism, if we want to call it that. And why should they be not required to pay even higher levels? I take the view that there is a social responsibility that supports not only the individuals who would otherwise incur very high levels of contributions, but also gives an assurance to the community in general that there is a fairness to the way in which the contributions are set, and that people are paying proportionate to their capacity, but with ultimate social responsibility sitting there as a fallback when required. So as with all public policy, these aren't simple questions, and they're not matters of black and white or guilty or innocent. They're matters of judgment based on close analysis.
Thank you. And do those mechanisms, those stop loss mechanisms, in fact, perform an economic efficiency objective, at least in the absence of a private insurance market to insure against losses of that kind?
I would characterise them more as an equity issue than an economic efficiency issue, but I'm happy to discuss private insurance as a sort of related topic. And your own reports and discussion papers have gone into that in some depth as well. So I'm happy to follow that conversation when you see fit.
Time permitting, we'll see if we get to it. Thank you for your contribution in part 5 of your statement. In response to our consultation paper number 2, we have a lot of rich material there, if I may say so, and I'm not sure if we're going to be able to cover it adequately. The main business of today will be asking for your views on our propositions.
Indeed.
FF 1 through to 20. And in a way, we've already leapt to aspects of FF 20. And I'm just going to ask you another thing which possibly relates to FF 20. In your Productivity Commission report of 2011, in a number of places, but starting from page 7, you opened the topic of the fact that many people entering residential aged care or aged care do own houses, and the home, whether owned by the person as a single occupant in the context of home care, or whether owned by a couple or occupied by more than one person in the context of one of those people going into residential care but the other remaining in the home is significantly protected from being included in the assets test. And in the Productivity Commission report, this topic was squarely addressed, and some proposals were made about potential ways in which, for example, the pension loan scheme could be adapted to allow greater access to equity in the home to contribute to aged care costs, but without any risk of a person needing to live in that home being removed from that home during their lives. Are your views still broadly as articulated in the Productivity Commission report on those topics?
Yes, there is clearly scope for the wealth that is embedded in somebody's home to be available to supplement their income to contribute to paying for aged care services. And there's, in that particular report, we suggested one mechanism, but we also drew attention to the pension loan scheme, and that has since been expanded to embrace pensioners, part pensioners, self-funded retirees and the like, as a way of drawing an income stream which doesn't affect pension entitlements, but to contribute to functions such as paying contributions to aged care. So my view is that not only for residential care component, but also for home care component, it should be a means test, whereas in the latter, currently it is only an incomes test.
Thank you. And do you still adhere to the view that there's more scope for inclusion of the value of the home into that means test for both purposes?
Yes, currently, and I think your analysis in the new FF20, which is a completely different entity to the old FF19, I think there's some very good analysis in that. I didn't sort of replicate all of your calculations, but they didn't cause me any concern as I read through them. And you put forward a proposal towards the end of therefore looking to change tapers and thresholds, and I think there is sound merit in that. You didn't raise the option of, in fact, reversing the current threshold and thereby protecting income below, which is currently 171,000, but you could round it to 180 or whatever. But that would also be worth modelling to see if that reduces the current marginal tax rates that are occurring, which are very punitive for those on low income that currently exist. So I commend that piece of analysis.
When you just a minute ago mentioned a threshold of 180,000, did you mean the threshold in the assets test?
Yes.
Yes. And when you mentioned reversing it, were you adverting to the idea in the Productivity Commission report about, rather than setting a threshold, adverting to the idea in the Productivity Commission's report about ensuring that there is a protected floor
Yes,
placed?
A component of assets that are protected for everybody and therefore have greatest impact for those who have low income and low assets, that those assets are protected. Yes.
Thank you, Professor.
My pleasure.
Now, I just want to ask you about, and this is a theme that runs through the Productivity Commission's report in its treatment of funding arrangements, but the discussion begins at page 12. It's about the unbundling, to use the expression in the report, of the 4 areas of service that the living expenses, the accommodation services, and then care, which you've separated into health care and personal care. We've been talking about, in effect, 3 categories of services that a person might receive in residential care, combining health and personal care, but you've separated out health care consisting of nursing, allied therapies and palliative care. Now, when you refer to unbundling, I think it's clear from your clear from other things that you don't necessarily mean they have to be provided in practice through separate service arrangements or by separate providers. Could you just explain how else unbundling might be achieved?
Well, unbundling, the intent of that was to differentiate funding principles for the different components of services and goods that an older person may receive when they are in an aged care home. And I draw your attention to my witness statement, paragraph 98 and following, which picks up, in fact, a proposal that you had in your discussion paper, consultation paper, I think yes, consultation paper number 2, which identifies the different responsibilities of those components. So accommodation services being a personal responsibility throughout one's life. Oh, very good. Whoever's doing that. I love technology. The daily living supports, again, privately funded, recognising that they're things like food and laundry and the like. Now, do you want me to head down that conversation, or am I jumping?
Well, can I just ask this? I just ask this? It might, I suggest to you, and this is a conclusion we've reached after a consultation process earlier in the year, be practical for services to still be practically bundled in the sense that they're provided by one provider in a residential care context.
Absolutely.
But still to be unbundled in the sense that you describe, because the pricing, and what matters is the pricing for the services, which will deliver a revenue stream for those services, and some form of accounting for the expenses is separated each from the other. Is that
quite true?
An appropriate approach? Thank you.
Yes, and also differentiating between the price that the provider is paid, which should be undertaken through a proper cost analysis, and the allocation of who pays that price between the taxpayer and the individual resident.
Which might, in order to achieve the best outcomes in terms of both economic efficiency and in terms of overall social welfare and health outcomes, it might be appropriate that there be different incentive mechanisms, different contributions,
quite true,
one from the other. Thank you. Now I'll come back to that important point later. Sure. when we raise acquittal FF12.
Yes.
Yep.
Professor Woods, can I ask you a somewhat broader question? There are a couple of issues in this context that make the parties not able to act as though they're in a free market. So one of them is that when they need to enter aged care, it's often unplanned and decisions need to be made very quickly. And once you're in a place or within the system, there's an inertia or difficulty of substitution or changing or moving about. How should one deal with those issues in a situation where you don't actually have a free market, and yet one wants to think about it in terms of the choices and activities that you'd have ordinarily if it were a free market?
Quite correct, Commissioner. I agree with your analysis that these decisions are usually made in a matter of emergency and at a time of great stress. What we should assume is that we don't actually have a perfect market, and by no means is it a perfect market, and therefore regulation plays an important role, as does the transparency of reporting and accountability. And what should be ensured is that those providers who are there offering their services all meet at least an appropriate minimum standard, so that any choice that is made is a choice that will provide care and support of a standard that society and the government through its funding considers is the minimum appropriate. Beyond that, then there are opportunities for reputation to be known amongst the community of its local providers, those who excel in the care that they provide, those who go that extra mile to ensure that the families are fully informed of what's occurring, opportunities for offering additional services and providing high quality accommodation. So that's where the reputational component can have a bearing on somebody's decision. But at the moment, if with the supply constraints through the ACAR process, if the only vacancy that has been permitted by that process is in a home that's got 2-bed wards or 4-bed wards and doesn't have a strong reputation, sadly, that's where people end up.
Yes, thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Professor, I'll just ask you one more question about the Productivity Commission report, and this is referable to page 92 in volume 2. You referred there to a role for a new body, the Australian Aged Care Commission.
Yes.
That was the name you chose for it in the report. It was never established.
Could be anything, but that, yes.
Which would include making recommendations about, you said costs, evaluating costs and making recommendations about costs. Perhaps using some expressions that I've already defined for the purposes of the hearing, could that be equated to making recommendations about price levels, that is combined subsidy and contribution levels, to government based on evaluations of costs? Now, is that, reading your statement, I take it that you're still of the view that it would be appropriate and worthwhile to establish a body which had functions of that kind, evaluating costs and making recommendations about prices?
It's part of the proposal. The proposal was to create an overall, what you might want to think of as a system manager. So the Australian Aged Care Commission, as proposed by the Productivity Commission, had several functions, and they're spelt out in that report, that include undertaking costs and, importantly, recommending to government what those prices, as we'll currently call them, to be paid to providers should be. And I'll get back to the recommending bit in a moment. But it also had very important functions about quality, and in fact, it was proposed that there be an entity, a sub-entity, you might call it, within that organisation that has responsibility for quality, and that there be a commissioner out of the 3 commissioners whose particular responsibility was on quality, another commissioner whose particular responsibility was on complaints and assessment of consumer concerns about the operation of the aged care services. And then there was the other function relating to determining a price. Now, on the question though importantly it was proposed, and I think this is good public policy, that the entity would recommend prices to government, because once you have price times quantity, you actually have government expenditure, which can be very significant, and ultimately that's a responsibility of governments to determine the allocation of budgets across the very many competing matters that come before it for public expenditures. So I think there's a good example at the moment with the Independent Hospital Pricing Authority makes recommendations to governments, and I think that's a model that's worth looking at by the Commission, and we certainly recommended it. You want to separate out policy from regulation and from provision, and that's tried and tested approach to public policy. So I disagree with wherever in your proposals you talk about determining prices, so we can just take that as read in whatever future conversation we have on that particular topic.
Yes, so let's go to proposition FF1, and
Indeed.
we'll anchor the discussion to that proposition. So if the operator could please bring up tab 111 at page 0003. And Professor, this is the topic we just began referring to.
Indeed.
It's a proposition about the establishment of an aged care pricing authority. There isn't any particular proposal about the linkage of or delinkage of the functions of this authority with any other particular body. You've just made some points about linkage of the functions of price recommendations with certain other functions within the rubric of the recommendation you made in 2011 about an Australian Aged Care Commission. Can I just ask you, would it make a difference if the pricing body did actually determine prices in a lawfully binding way, as opposed to merely making recommendations? Would that be an argument for the work of that body being separated out from all other functions?
No, it can still operate as a sub-function within a broader function. And you do refer to a system manager, although you nowhere define what that system manager is. And I'm helpfully trying to suggest that your system manager might look something like the Productivity Commission's proposed Australian Aged Care Commission. But the determining of prices, as I say, once you marry price with quantity, you are committing public expenditures of, in this case, very high magnitude. And I would continue to recommend that you separate out regulation from policy, and policy includes fiscal policy. So I'm very happy for it to transparently recommend pricing based on costs, and then it's a matter for the community to judge the government on whether it follows that open and transparent and objective set of analyses.
Thank you. Now, with that important proviso that you've emphasised about recommending rather than determining prices, what is your response to this proposition? Do you otherwise consider it to be appropriate?
I think it's a very good proposition, and clearly that independence needs to occur. We only have to look at the moment as to government decisions relating to ACFI or residential aged care to see things like indexation pauses and changes to weightings and other actions, which I consider has directly related to the very parlous state of many providers in being able to provide adequate levels of staffing and care.
Thank you.
Can I just make a brief mention about benchmark prices, and just to make the point that benchmark shouldn't be an average of all providers, but should be benchmarked as an average of efficient providers. And by efficient, I don't mean just the lowest cost. I mean the lowest cost of those who demonstrate that they provide excellent care.
Thank you. Now, we're not saying that all of this could be done in a day. There's obviously detailed implementation work, including on the way in which such benchmarking would occur. But this should be the policy goal, in your view, Professor, subject to the proviso, of course, you've made about the function being limited to recommending prices.
Oh, yeah. There is no reason why work couldn't start even within the current institutional processes to undertake such analysis, and arguably to an extent the RUX analysis that led to the ANAC proposal to replace ACFI. Apologies for the acronyms for those who are out there listening to this. But it's a resource utilisation study, i.e. what's the cost of doing what they're currently doing. Part of the problem with that is that they're only measuring what's currently done, not what should be done. But so there's a start, but there's no reason why that couldn't commence, even if it takes a year for the various legislative requirements to create the institutional entity. That has to happen immediately because the current level of the pricing, the choice of the indexation, COPE, etc., which I no doubt would have thought Mr. Corduroy would have amply gone through with you
Yes.
probably yesterday. Yeah, they're all matters requiring urgent attention and should happen now.
Thank you. Can I go to FF2? Perhaps we can be brief with FF2 on the same page.
Yep.
Would that be part of the remit of the pricing process to include such indirect cost items as are mentioned there?
I agree. I noted that you omitted the question of profits or surpluses, but you have a range of other indirect costs and they're all appropriate. But I do think you need to be explicit to recognise that for the consumers to receive quality services, they need to have viable providers. And if providers are not able to generate a return on their investment, they won't invest. And therefore, those who ultimately lose from that are the providers, are the consumers. And now, that's a separate question to whether excess profits should be allowed, and we'll get to ring fencing and to constraining funding for particular services and greater transparency and accountability, no doubt, later on.
Yes, but I will just ask you a follow-up question at a reasonably high level of generality on that topic. You talk about the omission of profits and surpluses, and then you mentioned investment, and there needs, in effect, to be a return on investment to attract investment, for investment to be retained. And also, as we heard yesterday, because of, in the residential care context, the long life of the relatively long life of the infrastructure concerned, there needs to be some constancy for sustainability of the provision of services in the returns that are available on capital investments in residential care infrastructure. So my question, can the important issue of making room in this regime for profits and surpluses to be earned be limited to the capital investment side of the equation, or should there be a broader remit for the pricing authority to allow the earning of profits and surpluses on recurrent operating
Okay.
prices and revenue streams?
If you think of it as a a service business and a capital investment, i.e. accommodation business, even though they are brought together. No service business will offer its services unless it gets a return on undertaking that function. So it doesn't make it any more magical just by calling it services. It's still a function that must generate a return for people to invest in undertaking it, whether the investment is less of bricks and mortar and more of setting up systems and management and processes. It's still an activity that it is in the consumer's interest to make sure that it is viable. It's in the taxpayers' and consumers' interest to make sure it is not making excess profits, particularly as it is taxpayer funding, as well as private funding, and particularly given the vulnerable nature of those who are making that private funding. But it still requires an incentive for businesses to undertake that service.
Professor Woods, can I just go back to one of the things that you were asked about a little bit earlier, about the setting of the amounts? I'm not sure whether the correct word for the authority is pricing or costs, but we can talk about that separately. And I understand your proposition about sort of separating policy and regulation on the one hand from provision. But the notion of recommending to government the amounts does have about it the possibility of some arbitrariness about what happens with the recommendations. What do you say might be a useful way of limiting that arbitrariness in terms of fixing it to some measure that continues to guarantee that the costs that are identified match the actual costs and the actual rewards that should be obtained from the process?
And that those actual rewards reflect the efficient provision of high quality care. I think the single greatest mechanism is for the analysis to be undertaken openly and transparently, and for the recommendation of prices to government also be similarly transparent and publicly known. And that way it is the government that is judged on whether it follows those recommendations or accepts the consequences of criticism, both from consumers and providers and other stakeholders, including, dare I say, even academics, who would judge the government by the consequences of not following those recommendations. Now, I accept that that's not as guaranteed as having an independent objective entity determine the prices, but I still hold to a view as to what constitutes good public policy, whereby it is government who is ultimately responsible for policy settings.
Thank you. Now, can I just ask you about FF5, and that's on page 0004.
Yes.
That's the proposal for a combination of block funding to meet fixed costs and activity-based funding to meet variable costs. And it's proposed that that should be used to fund aged care services in certain circumstances. And there's a linkage here to FF4, which is the identification of areas where there aren't workably competitive markets, something that could be done by a system manager and with in effect the assistance of the pricing authority determining what interventions might be required. What are your views about FF5 read in light of FF4, Professor Woods? Is it an appropriate proposal?
I do think so. It's important first to understand that sort of FF4 and FF5 are the exceptions to the general propositions that relate in FF 6 and 7, but taking them as the exceptions to the mainstream, there is a strong role to be played in ensuring that in certain markets that do not function fully, thin markets, whether they're geographic markets, whether they're special needs markets, that there is an opportunity to fund according to ensuring availability, including the viability of existing providers, not just attracting new providers. And having undertaken a detailed analysis of multi-purpose services, they're a very good example of you wanting to fund availability of service in small towns and large villages, but also equally in metropolitan areas for special needs groups, to ensure that that service is available, but also that there remains some level of accountability for what they undertake, and therefore a bit of a mix of both block funding to ensure availability, but some level of variable funding to, and that might be variable on a 5-yearly basis, subject to review, or something. It certainly wouldn't be a day-by-day change of resident numbers, because prices don't change that much at that level. But yes, long answer, short answer is yes.
Professor, that would resemble perhaps aspects of the way CHSP services are currently funded?
Well, it is the way CHSP is funded, but arguably when you look at what services are provided in CHSP, I think your other proposal to create a sort of social support or community support block of activity, transport, social engagement, and I would add short-term meals, would be definitely funded through this mechanism. But there should also be greater transparency, because there are waiting lists for CHSP, but unlike home care packages, we don't know what they are. They're just people who don't get the service they want or any service at all. And they get something else instead because that's all there's funding for. So, there's a lot to be done in that space, but it should be confined to those things, and not to nursing and allied and other matters. Okay.
Can I ask you about some ideas that we've heard about this and that we expect to hear later in the week? Firstly, one idea floated by Mr. Brian Corley of Community Options in the home care hearing was that there should always be, as I understood his evidence throughout all regions, a safety net of block-funded services to catch anybody who falls into difficulties because of blockages in assessment capability, in administrative arrangements for assignment of packaged funding and the like. And another idea we expect to hear later in the week is that there should always be an option for people to, in effect, just ask that their services for care in the home be delivered by a locally commissioned provider without them having to be involved in the determination of a budget, the assignment of a package or anything of the like. What are your responses to those suggestions?
I'm sure there's greater complexity living behind it, and I'm not familiar with what that might be. But having spent a lot of time in rural areas, and let's confine it to that at the moment, that it is surprising how adept the various providers are at ensuring that people don't fall through the cracks. So you might have a multi-purpose service that focuses on residential care and healthcare. You might have a community nursing group that's either funded by the state government or through a large charitable body, or you might have a community group who does some work in that area. But they work very well together, and usually held together by the community nursing people who know the state of the various people as they age and what their circumstances are. They know where vacancies are going to arise. They know those who can navigate the system by themselves and want to make some choice, and others who just want to be looked after. I would be wary of creating yet another institution. I would prefer to support those who are there and the institutions and organisations that are there by supporting more funding for that case management navigator role that looks after people. And I think the community nursing staff do a very good job in that area. But they work very cooperatively with all of the others. I love the way country towns look after their people.
Next, FF6 case mix.
Yes.
I take it from what I read in your statement that you're going to be content with this, but do you, sorry, FF7, I should say, case mix.
6 as well, if I can.
And 6 as well, individualised budgets. Do you have any comments about them? I take it that you see FF6 as predominantly best adapted, at least at present, to home care, and FF7, yes. And when I say home care, I'm not counting those services that we've identified in our home care hearing as being better provided through
not the block
funding of social supports, respite, and modifications and so forth. But otherwise, you see FF6 as appropriate for care in the home predominantly. Is that?
Yeah, I would have myself redrafted FF6 to talk about home care and that being an integrated home care which has individualised packages. That was one of the things in the Productivity Commission report, of course, that hasn't yet happened, was to have amalgamation of those sorts of services, putting aside the community social support block funding activities, that they should be integrated. And, it's been on government's list for a while, but never got round to it. But that they should be individualised. There's no point trying to say to somebody, you're a $52,000 package of care. What we need to do is identify what are your needs, what are the prices that relate to delivering those needs, and payment by arrears in the delivery of them to providers. And the same for residential care. I think what you've got there is quite sound as well.
Residential care case mix.
Yes.
FF7.
Yes,
two quick questions, if I may, on the bundles of entitlements in home care under FF6, and even under the regime of arrears-based payment, which you just mentioned. What would be the role of the pricing authority? Would it set standard rates, and they would recommend standard rates, and they would be used to generate a budget, but then the market would effectively determine the prices at which those services are purchased? Or do you see those services being purchased under price caps dictated by the rates published by the authority?
I think the pricing authority should recommend rates for various levels of service, and that the assessor should then determine how many hours that involves, of what sort of mix. What does worry me is on nursing and allied. They should be clinical decisions that says this person needs wound dressing for 6 weeks, and then let's see if it's healed and what needs to happen, or this person needs ongoing medication management, or whatever, or this person needs physiotherapy for such a period at such an intensity and then might change later. to have that sort of just built within a bundle, and we then find out from the Stuart Brown survey, and bless Stuart Brown for doing it, because I couldn't get it from the department, is to find that 15 minutes a fortnight in level 4 packages goes to nursing, and roughly the same goes to allied health. Now, either that's all that they did need and that the assessor was correct, or that the assessor made some other judgment and that the decision was by the consumer or the consumer's support network to swap it out for other things. I think, and my witness statement makes the point, that there is considerable scope to review whether the health components really need to be in this, or whether it should be predominantly a personal care and domestic support services, putting aside again, as we said, the social and community supports.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to get all my points into the answers.
Yes, no, that's all right. We're just about up with our time, unfortunately. But one very quick follow-up question, if I may. Is there going to be a place for case mix funding in home care? Wouldn't it be better in the sense that you're dealing with people who probably have dynamic needs, and what you've just described sounds a bit more like an NDS style assessment. But even the NDIS, as I understand it, now has allocations into levels of budget that can be spent with some flexibility across different service lines, so that you're not stuck with exactly so many hours of a particular kind of service. Wouldn't the argument for some flexibility be even stronger in aged care?
Well, the flexibility, if it's within what's used for personal care and domestic support and other related matters. I just worry about the clinical care components. If they're not being dealt with according to actual clinical need, then I have concerns.
FF8, Professor.
Yes.
Now, this is a proposal which probably aligns quite well with the trajectory set by the Productivity Commission and by Institute towards, I think it's been variously described as care funding that's agnostic of setting. It's not going that far, but it is aspiring to parity in the funding that's made available for care at home and the care component of the funding that a person would be assessed for in residential care. What are your views on this, and how would we make it work?
I agree with the proposal, and the agnostic to accommodation sounds an awful lot like Ian Yates, but I agree with it. And it is something that the Productivity Commission itself did propose. You do have a very interesting sentence on page 7 in the second paragraph, which says, because unit costs of care are generally higher in home care than in residential care. And so it's the second line of that paragraph. Now, that really needs very close analysis, because at a superficial level, if you look at a level 4 package, and work by Stuart Brown shows something like 8 hours something of care compared to 22 hours of care delivered for an ACFI highest rate, then there is a disparity. Now, if you recognise that you need a 57% uplift, I think is your figure for the level 4 to get to an ACFI rate, that would still only take it to about 13,000. And there is an issue there. Now, they're measured differently. I'd just like to see a piece of analysis that actually pulls all of that apart, so that we get greater certainty around that proposition. But in principle, yes, I agree.
And might there be differences too, depending on complexity and intensity? There might actually be services that are cheaper delivered at home, but at the more complex and intense end, you can see that there'd be scale efficiencies in they're being provided in a congregate setting.
Quite true. And I think that last paragraph you've got of Proposition 8 puts that beautifully on. think that's well crafted.
Now,
Senior counsel.
thank you. Can I ask you about just a related aspect? And I'm jumping to financing. We're not going to have time to go through all of the things you've said in part 5 of the statement concerning financing, but the role of informal carers.
Yes.
How should we best support informal carers in this program? We've got, in effect, a standalone attention to respite for informal carers. It's not, when I say standalone attention, it's a standalone category of services that won't be budgeted for out of an ongoing care package.
Yep.
I take it that's
I agree with
appropriate. That
that.
seems consistent with
And
aspects.
with short-term restorative care and all of those issues, yes, they should be separate.
All right.
And not consumer contributions.
And can we go to FF12, acquittal?
Yes.
And back to this point about bundling and unbundling, what's your response to the acquittal element of this proposal? I think you've already addressed arrears payments. Can we focus on acquittal? The proposal is that aged care providers, the focus here is on residential care, because that's where the funding is in essence not acquitted at present, whereas with arrears-based funding via packages in home care, there'll be a form of acquittal available in any event. But in residential care, is this an appropriate proposal, Professor, for acquittal of care-related expenditure?
Well, I read this as primarily for home care services, because that certainly needs to happen, but it can equally apply to residential care services. That there are some very important issues lying behind this, which relate to the fact that we have, on the one hand, 103,000 people waiting for a level of service in home care at their level they've been assessed for, but we also have what the Aged Care Financing Authority now assumes is well over $1 billion of unspent funds. So there's a disconnect there, and nobody has raised the question, is the assessment process accurately assessing the current needs of care as distinct from some prospective level that people may require at some time in the future, including for residential care. A lot of people are assessed as eligible for residential care, but never need it or go into residential care. But you need to make sure that they can quickly if circumstances arise. But in terms of the payment in arrears and acquittal, I strongly support the proposition.
And can it be ring-fenced in a residential care context? In other words,
well,
picking
we
up
know
on
how
point,
many carers, we know nursing staff, ENs, RNs, we know allieds, we know personal carers. I mean, it can be ring-fenced in terms of what's paid for by the ACFI or ANAC process. So that should be much more accountable as to what is actually delivered in that time. So yes.
and would it be appropriate in terms of economic incentives, not only to ring fence in accounting terms the expenditure on care, but to perhaps have some sort of incentive framework of consequences about what happens if money isn't spent on care, that is revenue that is contributed for the purposes of care not being spent on care? Should that have some consequences?
There should be. The question is, do you do it on the inputs, i.e. you have provided insufficient numbers of RN hours, or do you do it on the outputs, or more particularly the outcomes, is the quality of care that is being delivered appropriate to the needs of the residents? And that's why things like staffing ratios might be a necessary but not sufficient condition, in that they determine what the inputs are. Well, they determine the inputs of staff and costs, but they don't necessarily lead to the correct outcomes.
We'd need both, wouldn't we?
Indeed we do.
Now, quickly, if we may, on co-contributions and means testing.
Well, again, just before you go there,
Yes.
and Professor Wood, just I suppose to be clear about my thinking about this, there are lots of ways that payments can be made in arrears, and one way is for it to be paid on accrual, so that you've incurred the expenditure but not yet paid it.
Brought it to account, yes.
Yep. So, but it's booked to account. That would seem to me to more closely align the outflow and the inflow to the provider, because the accrual having been incurred but not spent, but the claim having been made on accrual, there is some prospect that there's not a subsequent claim for being out of pocket for the time value of money. Is that how you see this, or not?
I hadn't turned my mind to it in any detail, Commissioner, but I do agree with you that accrual is by far the most appropriate mechanism. You would need then an ongoing process of acquittal of the accruals and actuals, but that's just a process, so that's easily achieved. But certainly if they have incurred the resource use, even though they may not have yet paid the wage or the invoice, then that's a resource use that's no longer available to them, and they should be compensated for it, particularly given that there are always lags sadly in the payment process anyway, which could be a little more efficient.
Yeah. Thank you.
But I agree with you.
Thank you. Now, can I just ask you briefly about your impressions of the regime of co-contributions which we recommend or propose at FF 13, 14, 15 and 16. And you'll see there that there's no co-contributions proposed for respite. Otherwise, there are nominal co-contributions for social supports and assistive technology and home modifications. When it comes to fees for care at home, again, there are nominal contributions. Now, we're grappling here with a balance between administrative efficacy, one of the principles, design principles for a contributions regime and a financing regime, which you've identified in the Productivity Commission report and in your statement, and equity. How should we best balance those competing principles? Have we done a reasonable job in these propositions, Professor?
Certainly the fees for social supports. I agree with the proposition that if you have free goods, that there's a risk of overconsumption, and by introducing a fee, you get much more critical evaluation of whether you're achieving value as a consumer for your contribution. So in principle, that's quite sound, but there are a number of sort of perverse potential outcomes. You know, is the fee so small that it's adding more administrative cost than is warranted? Is the if there's a hardship condition, does that just become a point of differentiation between providers that some providers classify everyone as being under hardship and therefore relieved of the fee. Would some providers wish not to collect it and go for lower margins and higher volume? So it's great in principle, but I would strongly recommend a workshop of relevant parties to work through those issues, because the danger is that you're creating a whole layer of process and opportunities for different applications that may not be worth it. But it would be a pity not to see a fee. But it's difficult, and I have no solution. The idea of assistive technology and home modifications, I guess my only concern is with home modifications can be very costly, and you need to make sure that the assessment is actually directed to the needs of people, and not just, wouldn't it be lovely to have this because it may help sell the house later syndrome, which I'm sure nobody would do, but just in case.
I hasten to add, Professor, all of these have to be predicated on a strong assessment process.
Well, it's not there at the moment, in my view.
Oh, thank you.
I'd like to see that closely examined.
They must be, yep.
Fees for respite care, I agree your approach there. Fees for care at home, I don't agree at all. And the same with...
We've run out of time, but do I take it you adhere to the views expressed in the Productivity Commission report, and indeed, I think you...
In my witness statement as well.
Yes.
You may take that as read.
It's got to be means tested, and it's got to be on
It has to be means tested. It's absolute madness to have the taxpayer, just because somebody's got old, to suddenly be paying for all these things.
That's your view, okay. And it should be also consistent, in your view, with the means test in residential care.
Indeed true. Thank you, Senior Counsel, for expressing it so well.
And finally, we've got proposition FF17 in the alternative to paragraph A of FF17. We've now developed FF20.
You have.
Are you broadly supportive of the FF20 approach, or do you agree with the 17A approach?
I think that the FF20 approach, it's a pity I can't disagree with 19, but you took it away. But certainly FF20 I do support. And
I take it then that you don't agree with little a of 17, yes, because 20
yes,
is in the
quite true.
All right. Now, in the
B to D I generally agree with, but although I would put the ordinary costs of living back into FF1.
Okay, understand. Now, in the Productivity Commission report, in the end, after a consideration of financing options, you came to the view that, in effect, the time had passed for a social insurance regime to be of great utility, and you didn't come down with a recommendation for a social insurance regime. Can I just suggest this to you? A pre-funded social insurance regime with significant reserves for future generational need. That's one thing, but you can also have a pay-as-you-go social insurance scheme, can't you? Is there some merit in consideration of a pay-as-you-go social insurance scheme for the future, even now, 9 years after your report?
We didn't. I shouldn't say we, because I no longer belong to the Productivity Commission, but I did then. We didn't see it merely as just an opportunity in a window, but there are a whole lot of uncertainties relating to what are you creating this scheme for? I mean, who knows what state of health the 20-year-old will have when they're 85 and might be needing some of these services. What services will be available? What care and support will they have? Will they still have a partner who can help them? What will be the case of dementia, any breakthroughs or assistive technology? If it's to be mandatory, who pays for those who can't make the mandatory payment? Is that the taxpayer, or do you just load that up onto all of the other premium payers. And then there's, of course, the intergenerational issue, which we have with superannuation, but you would have it here as well, where you not only are paying your contribution now as a working person, but also paying the taxes for those who didn't have it later. I think there are just too many uncertainties, and there is no net gain. I mean, another principle of public policy is that you should only make change if there is a material net benefit, and this doesn't pass that test.
Thanks, Professor. Commissioners, I have no further questions.
I wanted to go back to some of your evidence about allied health and nursing services, Professor. We share your view that there is a disturbingly low level of provision of those services in the existing packages system. And we've had a lot of evidence in the last couple of months around the views of the allied health sector about what they want and what operating models work best for them. And it seems that team-based models supported by providers of either home care or residential care are what they see as the most effective. And I wondered if I could test the possibility of having a particular funding regime for those sets of services along the lines of a grant basis for ensuring that those services are made available and supported in terms of coordination, liaison with families, older people, testing requirements and all that sort of stuff, together with a differential, if you like, payment above that, sort of like a fee for service, based on the individualised services delivered, and then an acquittal against that to ensure that we're not paying for a vacuum in service provision. It would also deal with this issue of episodic needs, and we're looking at arrangement that would provide for episodic needs as well as those ongoing needs. And if those episodic needs, if people's conditions decline, it's judged by an allied health team or nurses or what have you, that people need that level of service on an ongoing basis, then we look to a reassessment. Does any of that make sense to you, or do I need to rephrase it a bit?
No, Commissioner Briggs, make perfect sense, as I would expect. I share your concerns about the delivery of clinical services, whether they be nursing for medication management or wound dressing or whatever, or particularly the therapies, the physios, the OTs, the speechies, that the value that they add, I would argue, should be differentiated from that of personal care and domestic support, yes, which I think are to an extent fungible by the consumer according to their needs at the time. But if they've had a fall and they need physiotherapy to regain their balance, or occupational therapy to provide support for a limited period of time, then that should be available and should improve their quality of care. The whole bit about reablement is all about the use of the allieds amongst other matters. What puzzles me is why we have this within aged care and why it isn't just part of the primary care services. But when you look at what's currently available, and you get 5 subsidised or low-cost physiotherapy services a year, only if the GP says so, and not all GPs bother to enter into the program because they don't get much out of it. Bless the GPs. That I can see why some of it is in the aged care services, but I'm not sure that's the right answer. But you've proposed one option, which is to identify both block funding for ongoing and episodic funding for particular needs within the aged care environment, and maybe we can't reform primary care sufficiently to do that, but You look at palliative care, end of life care and the like. Again, I would argue, at least for home care, it gets more complex in residential care, but at least for home care, that side of things, I think, could easily be funded separately. In residential care, you could probably differentiate the therapies from the nursing. The nursing is sort of integral to delivering and supervising the care of not only the ENs and the AINs, but also the personal carers and the dietitians and all of the others. I think that's different. But you could still separately fund, just as they do with GPs, having the physios and the like coming in and doing intensive work, or having a physio assistant do ongoing, walk up and down the corridor, regain your balance, improve your strength, etc.
I think what we're trying to do is blend what the allied health professionals see as a more workable model, which is continuing engagement with the older people and working with other members of the team, including both nursing but also other allied health professionals and personal care workers, to deliver the best service that an individual older person needs at the time. Anyway, I should leave it at that because I'm taking more time. So if you'll forgive me for that, I'll cut off there, Council.
Can I just make one brief comment? And that is that frailty is a very different condition to things that GPs otherwise can prescribe some cure for, and that the role of the therapists needs to attract greater attention and is of immeasurable benefit in frailty.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
Thank you, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Professor Wood. Thank you for the work that you've put into all of this. It's been very helpful. We really do value the assistance that you've given us, both in the reports and in the time that you've made available for us today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Very much. Thank you very much indeed. We now need to adjourn briefly. We were due to resume at 10 at 12:30, but we might make it 25 to 2. No, sorry, 25 to 12.
Thank you.
The Royal Commission is adjourned until 11:35 a.m. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our next witness is Professor Naoki Ikegami, Professor Emeritus, Keio University, Tokyo, Japan, and also Adjunct Professor, St. Luke's International University, Tokyo, Japan. Professor Ikegami is available on the link, and I'm applying to dispense with any need for an oath or affirmation because of his location.
Yes, Mr. Gray.
Thank you. Professor Ikegami, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. In your current role, what is the research focus of your work?
Health policy in general, but with a special interest in comparative healthcare systems and long-term care.
Thank you. And you have extensive expertise and research experience relating to long-term care systems, particularly in Japan, but also knowledge about comparative systems. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've also been a long-standing member of Interray.
Yes, since when it was first established.
Thank you. Professor, I'll just make some introductory remarks to give some context to those listening into the webcast and to our commissioners here in Sydney. There was a background paper published by the Royal Commission, research paper 2, or beg your pardon, background paper 2, and the operator may be able to display it at page 5. It identifies a rapid decline in Australia over the next 40 years in what's commonly called the dependency ratio. Over the next 40 years, the number of people of traditional working age of 15 to 64 for every person aged 85 years or older, which is roughly the average age of commencement of the use of aged care services, is predicted in this paper. And we could call that the aged care dependency ratio. And the graph from research, beg your pardon, background paper 2 is currently being displayed. Professor, we understand that Japan has an even more steeply aging society and therefore an even more deeply deteriorating dependency ratio, both in respect of the tax base and for the support of people receiving aged care. And so Japan, thank you. Japan therefore faces challenges in sustaining aged care services. And we think that Australia, which is facing similar challenges, though not so grave in their degree, may be able to learn from Japan's efforts in meeting these challenges. And that's the context in which we've called you to give your views to our Royal Commissioners in this inquiry. Professor, Japan has a system of social insurance for aged care known as long-term care insurance. Now, you have very kindly responded to a series of questions we posed to you about long-term care insurance. You answered these in a witness statement, which you prepared for the Royal Commission, and you, in addition, have raised further points at the end of your statement. I'll now ask the operator to display your statement, RCD 9999 0318 0008, and I'll ask you to identify it. Is that a copy of the statement?
Yes, it is.
Yes, and to the best of your knowledge, are the facts in it correct and the opinions which you sincerely hold?
Yes, this is what I have written, and this is what I still believe.
Thank you very much. And commissioners, I'll ask that it be given an exhibit number. I'm tendering it. Of course, I haven't asked that the professor be sworn or affirmed, but nevertheless, this is still evidence before the Royal Commission.
Yes, of course. It's exhibit 21-4.
Thank you. Professor, I understand that you've prepared a slide presentation for the Royal Commissioners and that you're now prepared to speak about that slide presentation as it is displayed, and I'll hand over to you to give directions to the operator about when you want to move from slide to slide. I may intervene occasionally and ask you additional questions.
Please
Thank you.
do so. Yes, so this is my title page. So the next one, please. The next slide, yes. Well, long-term care does not suddenly appear. In Japan, it was very much dictated by the historical background. And there's the social service aspect and the health service aspect, which together form long-term care. The social services were made first available in the Elders Welfare Act in 1963. Now, this was a social service, so it was focused on the poor, and this led to the introduction of nursing homes and home helpers. Up till then, all the services were given informally by the family. And in the case of Japan, the three-generation family, where very often the spouse of the husband, the wife, took care of the duties, of the caring duties of her in-laws. But those who were poor or who had no family, they were given social support for the first time by the Elders Welfare Act. And this was extended to all by expanding services in what was called the Gold Plan. It was originally a 5-year plan, but it later was extended to a 10-year plan. And for example, the number of daycare centers increased by tenfold. And this was a popular move made by the government in order to win back the votes it had lost when they introduced the VAT. So it was a political decision to expand services to the elderly. But nevertheless, it was still operated by the social welfare department of each municipality, and therefore it was focused on the poor. The health service component was that the 50% co-insurance became free, was waived for elders in 1973. So before 1973, elders, if they were admitted to hospitals, had to pay equivalent of about 2,000 Australian dollars per month in present terms, which very few could afford to pay. But from 1973, they did not have to pay anything. So many hospitals became nursing homes with virtual free care. And this was unexpected by the government. They thought it would be mostly elders would benefit by free medical outpatient care, but by making it free across the board, it led to an increase of elders in hospitals. And you see that the number of inpatients 65 and over doubled. And moreover, not only was it expensive, but in many cases, it was inappropriate care because payment was paid on a fee for service, which led to too many laboratory tests and too much medication. And aside from the increasing number of elders and still more increase proceed in the future, these were the two main reasons why long-term care insurance was introduced. Social service based on taxes did not work because, or was perceived not to work well because it was focused on elders, on the poor elders. So those who had middle income could not had very great difficulty in accessing the services. And you see that the gold plan, when it terminated in 1999, the long-term care insurance was implemented next year. Also, health services, by giving free inpatient care for elders, had led to very bad results. So in order to resolve these two issues, the long-term care insurance was introduced. And from the finance point of view, the good aspect about long-term care insurance was that people were opposed to paying more VAT taxes, but they were willing to pay a new premium because it would be earmarked funds for the elders. So
Thank
the
you.
next slide. On top of that, despite the fact that long-term care services had already been expanded before long-term care insurance, there was problems with social services. Geographical disparity as decisions whether to expand services more lay with the mayor. But half of it was paid by national government subsidy, but the initiative must be made by the local mayor. Moreover, the services were decided by the local government staff in charge. So it led to ad hoc decisions. There were sometimes rumors that relatives of the mayor got better access. And as I said, it was focused on the poor and those without family support. And problems with health services, it was costly and inappropriate care in hospital settings. So this is the background. Do you have any questions regarding these two aspects?
No, thank you very much, Professor.
Well,
Please do describe the long-term care insurance scheme that was implemented.
Yes, the next slide, please. So the decision was made to transfer the existing social and health services to long-term care insurance. Half paid by long-term care premiums, half paid by taxes. And premiums were levied on all those 40 and over. But the aspect not clear here is that the premiums tax, the first stage of financing was the mayor deciding how much services should be made available. Although he did not have much decision because providers can come into the area and he had to give approval for delivering for that agency to deliver services. Nevertheless,
So I'll just stop you there and I'll ask you a question about that, if I may, Professor. The mayor has that function, although, as you say, it's largely a function he or she has to perform if a provider wants to come into the municipality that is governed by that mayor. Is that right?
Exactly. What he or she can do is to encourage or discourage, but this is more of a marginal decision. But the important fact is that the fiscal aspect, the proportion of the expenditure borne by the residents in that municipality is only 20%, but the remaining 80% is allocated on a matching fund basis. So if the municipality puts in $1, then the taxes and subsidies from the national government puts in $5. But if it's local government puts in $2, then the national government puts in $10. So the expenditure matches with the services that are available in the municipality, and this is only for the premiums of those 65 and over living in that municipality. Those 40 to 64, their premiums are collected by the health insurance, and they are allocated as part of the 1 to 5, the national formula allocation. In addition, municipalities with lower income and a higher proportion of those 75 and over are allocated more than in younger, richer municipalities. But that is the essence of matching fund.
Can I just stop you there for a minute, Professor, and just ask you a little bit more about the role of the municipalities? Now, this is probably a distinguishing feature between the arrangements that have evolved in Japan over a long time and the arrangements that exist in Australia. But nevertheless, I'd be very interested to hear a little more about what might be the benefits of the municipalities having that quite important role in the administration of the system. Not only is there a funding and financing role whereby, as you've explained, the people aged 65 years and over are contributing their premiums to a fund that sounds like it is controlled by the local municipality, but the municipality is also, in some sense, taking responsibility to ensure that there are services available in that municipal area. What are the benefits of this?
Well, it is to make the municipality responsible, on one hand, to deliver services, to make services available for its residents, and on the other hand, to make them fiscally responsible. So if it's purely national funding, then the idea would be that they would boost services sky high. But if a set proportion were funded by the residents of the municipality, when the mayor comes up for the election, he can say higher premiums, better services, or we keep the premiums at a very stable level, but you won't get service. Well, at least that was the national logic about it. Whether it plays out that way, I have doubts, but economists would like to think that way to make it fiscally responsible. Although I have never heard of a mayor election being fought on those lines.
Is that right? Thank you. Thank you for answering.
One or two exceptions, but it seems theoretically a neat idea.
Yeah, please do go on.
Now, when the original registration, those eligible were only 65 and over. But in order to pass it in the parliament, it was extended to 40 and 64 because and who were also made to pay benefits. Formerly, the original plan, those eligible were limited to 65 and over, but and everyone over 20 had to pay premiums. But that didn't seem fair because those 20 to 64 had to pay premiums, but they did not get benefits. So the political compromise of eligible 65 and over and those 40 to 64 with age-related disabilities, such as stroke. In fact, only 3% of the long-term care expenditure is allocated to 40 to 64, but it seems a more fair solution. An additional benefit that the government emphasized was that when the children were 40 to 64, their parents are likely to be 65 and over. So what they paid now have to pay in insurance premiums, they get a return by having long-term care insurance, which would take care of their parents.
Professor, you said at the start that there's a roughly even split between taxation sources of financing and social insurance sources of financing in the form of long-term care insurance. Mm-hmm. And can I just ask you about the way in which the calculations are made about what is needed on the social insurance side of that ledger? Is the social insurance pool conducted on a pre-funded basis or on a pay-as-you-go basis, whereby in a particular period the incoming revenue from the premiums is calculated to roughly be the same as the outgoing call for expenditure by the insurance scheme?
It is based on a 3-year plan, so that the municipality estimates what the expenditures are likely to be for the next 3 years. And based on its estimate, it raises the long-term care insurance premiums. That long-term care premiums pays for 20% of the expenditure. So the rest is a matching fund. So it is based on 3 years. So the insurance premium rate cannot be raised within the 3 years. It stays the same for 3 years. And should the municipality run deficit, then it can borrow money, which must be paid back by raising the insurance premiums from the 4th year.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Please do go on.
So the other very important difference between the German system, for example, was it was only service benefits and no cash benefits.
Yes, and we just had an interruption of audio, but you said did you say in Germany cash benefits are available, but in Japan only service benefits?
Yes.
Thank you.
The most choose to care of in-law parents, and that group, the women's group, opposed cash benefits because it will add to the pressure for the daughters-in-law to take care of their parents should they receive cash benefits. So there's no cash benefits.
Thank you.
And the benefits are set by the eligibility levels, 6 latest 7 levels of benefits of this amount. And
do they result from an assessment of the needs of each older person?
There's two aspects of it. In institutional care, the rates are based on what had been paid to the hospitals and nursing homes before. So you could say this is more like a per diem payment, per monthly payment. And the charge, the benefits are based on the charge, what was charged to the residents. For the community levels, this was based on the opinion of experts who decided what kind of service and how much services an eligible person would need, and based on the on what the price is likely to be, and based on the needs value of the extent and the range of services that they would need, they came up with this amount. Now,
thank you. And at an individual, Professor, at an individual level, in order to be eligible, is that individual assessed by somebody with expertise and then in effect assigned to a particular level of benefit?
Exactly. That person is, in many cases, a nurse or social worker employed or under contract by the municipal government. And this person comes and does an assessment of 73 items, such as can they dress themselves, can they take a bath by themselves. And the results of this 73 item questionnaire are fed into a computer, and an algorithm designed by the government groups the applicant into the 7 levels of eligibility, or in about 1 or 2% of the applications as ineligible for long-term care.
Thank you.
And now both the algorithm and the benefit amounts have not changed in the last 20 years.
I see. Professor, what are the services that are funded by long-term care insurance in Japan?
The next slide answers that. So as I said, long-term care services did not suddenly spring up by the implementation of long-term care. It was a continuation. So the services transferred to long-term care. Institutional care was nursing homes and intermediate care facilities, and half of the long-term care hospital beds. The community care was home helpers, daycare, respite care, wheelchairs, home renovation, that is putting in slopes, and so forth. And for health services, visiting nurse and rehab staff, rehab daycare, and respite care. Now, the difference between social service daycare and rehab daycare are slight. There's more therapists present in rehab daycare, but since it cannot be, the two cannot be integrated, the two sets of services continue. Now, now when I said that the eligibility level is set by the local government. I meant only the eligibility level. The services are freely chosen by the client. And there is a professional care manager who assists the person in choosing and drawing the care plan. But the final decision lies with the client. So whether they opt for a social service type of daycare or rehab daycare is not a professional decision, but is a decision made by the client.
Thank you. Professor, what is the funding of the other half of the long-term care hospital beds?
The health insurance continues to pay for it.
I see.
Those patients with more higher medical acuity are supposed to be admitted to these hospitals, but there is no formal triage system. But on the other hand, the government has been pushing long-term care hospitals more to be funded by long-term care insurance rather than by health insurance. But
Have there been have there been efforts for integrated health and long-term care capitation funding?
It's been not integrated, but let us say bonus payments are made so that if a care manager of long-term care insurance goes to a conference at the hospital or answers telephone calls, then she is paid something by long-term care insurance. If the social worker in the hospital talks with the long-term care insurance care manager, then they may get paid.
Yes, I beg your pardon. My question wasn't very clear. Have there been reform efforts to do trials of integrated funding of all care needs without distinguishing between long-term aged care and healthcare?
No.
No.
Because the service fees are set by the fee schedule of health insurance and long-term care insurance. And
Yes.
that is applied across the board. So in order to implement a model project as you have defined, that requires stopping the funding and from the two fee schedules and have independent funding. That has never been done in Japan, but instead it gives these small bonus payments. Say this is what the government would like you to do, and we pay you accordingly. If you meet these fee standards, then you get paid for better integration.
I want to ask you about the fee schedules.
Yes.
Who, in the context of long-term care, that's aged care, let's not worry about health, I'll just ask you about aged care. Who sets the fee schedule? Is it connected with what you were saying before about a panel of experts who consider the benefits that are paid in home care and community care?
The fees are formally set by the Minister of Health, Labour and Welfare. But the fees are revised every 3 years. The budget, so the total budget is decided by the volume weighted revision rate that applies for all services. And since the volume is going to remain the same or will increase according to age, the projected budget for with the new revised fee schedule can be estimated. Now, once this global revision rate is decided, that's the first step. Then the second step, the revision are made on the individual basis. So, for example, nursing home per diem rate will decrease by 3% because a survey of nursing homes shows that they had a healthy profit margin. On the other hand, the daycare, the home helpers, it's difficult to get home helpers. So in order to increase the volume of home helpers, the rate for home care visit will be increased.
It sounds like,
yes.
Thank you. It sounds like there is a policy objective at work to try to reduce the rate of institutionalisation, to try to reduce the numbers of people who are going into institutions and to increase the rate of people who are remaining at home in community care. And that sounds consistent with what you said about the origins of long-term care insurance in the first place. How successful has long-term care insurance been in this regard?
Well, could we turn to the next slide? Well, if you look at the increase and as a measure of success, you could see it has been very successful. While the population 65 and over has only increased by 1.6 times, the number of certified eligible has tripled. So have the service users, and the premium rate has not increased that much because for the elders, because it only pays for 20%, but the expenditures have been tripled. So you say that it has expanded according to plan. But
has it been successful in moving people out of institutional care so that they can remain at home in greater numbers?
Well, I think could we move to slide 10? Skip the 10 slide and show this, yes. And now I'm sorry, this is not all translated into English, but if you look at the right-hand side, I put as a title, Increase in de facto institutional care. And you see on the right hand, designated facility, a new type of facility. Now, the government maintains that the new type of facility is not a institutional care, but community care. But in point of fact, what is included in the new type of facility? And when I say new, it means post long-term care insurance. You see that they have expanded much more rapidly than the old designated formal long-term care facilities. And I'll translate what is in Japanese from the bottom. The one in dark is group homes. Group homes are individual living arrangements mainly for people with minor dementia. And they hardly existed before long-term care insurance. But these group homes now compose 10%. The next one on top is the new type of nursing home. That is, compared with the old type, they are designated as housing, but in fact, they function as nursing homes. And in this new type of nursing homes, they can levy more fees for the residents in the form of higher staffing ratio, better rooms, and so forth. The last one, this is what is technically called as resident facilities with services. Now, these facilities often have on the ground floor a visiting nurse station, a care worker's office, and sometimes even a physician's clinic. And for the second floor upwards, it has individual apartments. Now, to my mind, the new type of facilities are in fact facilities and could be regarded as institutional care, but in the government statistics, they do not appear as institutional care, but are tabulated under community care. So, returning to the question you raised, did what happened to institutional care and after the long-term care insurance has been implemented? I would say that it has facilitated pseudo institutional care by making this new type of facilities available. Have
Yes.
I made myself clear about that?
Yes, indeed. And in terms of the overall demographic trends in Japan, I take it that between 2000 and 2014, there has been a shift so that a lot more people require aged care in 2014 than did in the year 2000.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what's the extent of the proportion of people in community care or in institutional care of either the old designated facilities or the new type of facilities at each of those 2 points in time? Has there been any change in the proportions?
Yes, well if you look at the left side, the y-axis, you see the number of people in them. And although the proportion, the number of elders 65 and over has increased in these 14 years, it has not tripled as the number of residents you see here. So the increase, there has been tremendous increase in the number of services and the number of people receiving the service.
Yes, and what about people remaining at home? Because this is a graph about institutional care, I see. What's been the trend in people remaining at home? Have there been larger numbers of...
Yes, could we go back 2 slides to number 8, please? Yes. You see that the number of home health users has more than doubled between 2000 and
Yes.
yeah,
Thank you.
it should not be 1.6, but it has increased. And
Yes.
well, if I may digress a bit, the greatest increase in the number of users of home health, has been among those who require only light care. Because And that whether to cover light care users and the extent to which they should be covered was not rigorously thought out. So in Japan, many people with light care are covered, and they compose about 1/5 of those who are eligible. And this 1/5 expanded most rapidly among those eligible because formerly the right care was restricted to those with low income, but now it became available for people of all income. So night care has expanded enormously, and
Yes.
the cost containment measures have been focused on the light care users. But the caveat in that is that light care users use only 5% of the total expenditure because their per individual costs are low. So, but that is one digression.
So, Professor, can I just ask you some questions that don't necessarily relate to particular content in the presentation? What have been the challenges faced by long-term care insurance? And do they, I mean, you've identified some of its benefits. It's made services available to a larger number of people than was previously the case, more or less in line with the increase in the numbers of people of the relevant age groups, and it's made available home help, particularly at that lower end of cost, on a wider basis. It doesn't appear to have radically changed the rate of institutionalisation, depending on whether you take the new facilities into account as an institution. If you exclude them, then it's had quite a good effect on reducing the numbers of people in designated facilities on a prorated basis. What have been the challenges, though, and is the system sustainable?
Well, could we move to slide 11, please?
Operator, please go to slide 11. Thank you.
The main challenges have been cost. And although the long-term care insurance was expected to increase as more services have become available, nevertheless, cost has been the greatest concern for its sustainability. And the efforts to contain costs. Now, it's difficult to decrease fees in the long-term care fee schedule. It was decreased in 2003 and 6, but not since then. Because care workers' wages cannot be lowered because of chronic shortages. There are fewer immigrant workers are in Japan. Now, compare that with doctors' wages. Many people think doctors earn too much, so that doctors would oppose it, but it's still possible to lower physician fees. But in long-term care, it is care workers, and care workers are working at near minimum wage level, so it cannot be reduced. So in the health insurance, sometimes the fees have been decreased for physician services, but that is not possible in long-term care insurance. The second solution was increased hotel costs for users in institutional care. From
And just stopping you there, hotel costs, these are not hotels, but we're talking about the cost of bed and board, as you say there, including allowing the provider that has built the facility to earn a return on their investment in building the facility. Is that right?
That is right. So non-care costs, such as meals, rooms, utility costs, and so forth. And now the decision was made in 2005 that residents must pay full costs of bed and board. But these costs were waived for those with low income, who compose 40% of the total. Because if you remember, the nursing homes were focused on those with low income. So the percentage of elders with lower income was higher in the former social service nursing homes. So there were two options. One was to have the hotel cost waived as it did. The other was to have it paid by public assistance, that is by Social Security. But in which case the assets would have to be taken into account. But instead, they were waived for those with low income. Now, this waiving is only for those in the traditional nursing homes. Those in the new type, since they are mostly for-profit concerns, they would not, their costs would not be paid, even though they may have low income. In which case, their residents would have to apply for public assistance. But within the traditional institutional care, it was waived.
Thank you.
And
Now,
did you?
Please, yes. We can see the co-insurance regime is dependent on income and has now been, as of 2018, extended into a third band of 30%. Can I just ask you about these bands?
You see my second line says, but 90% plus still pay only 10% because their income is low.
What are the benefits? What are the benefits of having the co-payments or the co-insurance, as you put it, calculated in bands like this? Does this make it much more administratively simple to operate the system than having a sliding means test?
Well, a means test, you look at their income, the assets too, but this is purely based on income. And there is a sort of a notion that those who are able to pay should pay. Now, personally, I agree that they should pay higher premiums, but to ask them to pay a higher co-insurance rate goes against the principle of social insurance, where everyone pays according to their means, but gets services according to their needs. And now, if you're asking the rich to pay more for their services, then they have to pay double, a higher premium, higher premiums and a higher co-insurance rate, which does not seem to be fair. But when the government is faced with a budget crisis or budget limitation, is the most easy way to get extra revenue is through increasing the co-insurance rate.
Professor, can I ask you about that impact of budgetary decision making? Is there a benefit in having a social insurance scheme of this kind because it does insulate to some degree the long-term funding arrangements for aged care from day-to-day fiscally driven decision making by the government of the day?
Well, it is still, the fiscal situation still has considerable impact, but it is cushioned by the fact that half of the revenue comes from insurance premiums, which are more cushioned from wage decreases and unemployment. But the economic situation still does have an impact. Another aspect of social insurance is that with taxes, the people must be satisfied with what the government offers, because there's no direct link between the taxes they pay and the services they receive. But under a social insurance system, the premiums are earmarked, designated for long-term care. So if they pay premiums, they have a right, an entitlement to these services. So the government cannot cut expenditure across the board and cut services and say from the new fiscal year, there must be a 20% reduction in daycare users. It's an entitlement that cannot be done.
That prompts me to ask another question about a potential benefit of a social insurance scheme. Is there, in a sense, a social contract between government and the premium payers to the effect that the premium payers know that there's a sustainable line of services that they've invested in for the future? Even if it's a pay-as-you-go system, in some sense they've invested in that system through the premiums they've paid, and government would be held to political account if government interfered with the funding arrangements that are based on social insurance. Is that a factor in Japan, that concept of a social contract or an intangible benefit from having social insurance?
Yes, well, as I said, before long-term care insurance, social services were provided by tax-paid local government service, and that led to perceived ad hoc decisions by the government official in charge, and also greater variation across municipalities. Under social insurance, the eligibility gives you a right to purchase services up to the entitled amount. So you can say the tax model was tried out, but was perceived not to meet the situation. So a new long-term care insurance was thus implemented.
Was that, as a political matter, was it seen as important to persuading people of the need to bear a greater burden for financing necessary aged care services into the future, that they receive in return the promise of a stable insurance system?
Well, I think that was part of the solution. You remember that I said the gold plan in 1989 was introduced because of the backlash to the introduction of the increase in the VAT consumer tax. And since then, every government that has raised the VAT rate has subsequently lost in the next election. But and the Ministry of Finance decided that it will prefer the people appear to be willing to pay a new social insurance premium rather than to raise the consumer tax, the VAT. So it could be a strategic fiscal decision to say that people are more willing to pay new premiums rather than increase the VAT, apart from the right to care, which is more visible in the insurance model.
Professor, just finally, can I ask you a little bit about the arrangement for the management of the funds that are built from the premiums received in each municipality? It seems to me that you've described a system, it's quite complex. There's about half taxpayer funding from general revenue. There's also, of course, the co-contributions element that you've mentioned, which starts at 10% and is generally 10%. So I suppose that is perhaps that slightly reduces the taxation burden to something slightly less than half. And about half of the funding, subject again to that co-contribution element, is sourced in different ways from the long-term care insurance program. About 20% of that coming from premiums directly paid by people over 65 in a particular municipality around the country, and there are 1,700 of them, and the rest being paid through premiums levied on people over 45 years old and up to 65 years old and being held nationally. How are the funds managed? Are private funds managers or insurance companies involved in the management of those funds during the 3-year plan?
It is totally government managed. There's no private ventures that come into the funding part.
Thank you.
So the ministry provides them with how to calculate the future premium rate. And based on this model, the municipality must calculate using that model. And based on the results, the premiums are raised for the next 3 years.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Professor, thank you very much for the time that you have given us. You've been very generous with your time on a number of occasions, and it has been very instructive for us to learn about the Japanese system and the issues that are common and also the issues that are particular to Japan. We're very, very grateful for the time that you've given us, both in meeting you in Japan and now today, as well as the materials that you've provided to us and in the past. So thank you very much, and I formally excuse you. No, I don't.
And no, I don't think we issued a summons to Professor Ikegami, so you don't need to.
I don't need
However, in respect of Professor Woods,
yes, Professor Woods needs to be formally excused, and he is formally excused.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ikegami.
Thank you,
Thank
Professor.
you. I may leave.
You may, or stay, since it is your study that you are in.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. on the running sheet, we're due to resume at 2:15.
Yes. Is that still convenient, Mr. Gray?
Yes, indeed.
All
Thank you.
right, we'll resume at 2:15.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 2:15 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Mr. Bolster?
Thank you, Commissioners. Before we call the next witness, could the slides that were shown by Professor Ikegami be attended, please?
Yes, that'll be exhibit 21-5.
I call Professor Michael Sherris.
Professor Sherris, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Professor Sherris, could you state for the Commission your full name, please?
It's Michael Sherris.
And you have made submissions to the Commission in answer to the financing paper dated the 23rd of July 2020, correct?
That's correct.
If that could be brought up on the screen, it's tab 31 in the tender bundle. AWF 680 444 0001. And you recognise that document as being your submission?
Yes, correct.
And it contains your opinions about the matters expressed therein?
That's right.
And it's true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information and belief.
That's
Thank
right.
you. Now, you, Professor, are you've recently retired as the Professor of Actuarial Studies at the School of Risk and Actuarial Studies at the University of New South Wales, correct?
That's correct.
And you're involved in the Australian Research Council Centre of Excellence in Population, Ageing and Research, which is sometimes referred to as CPAR, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I've been a chief investigator there for almost 10 years.
And you've carried out research in the area of longevity and aged care risk for Australians and others around the world over a number of years?
That's right. So around the actuarial modelling of longevity and functional disability risks, and also the financing and insurance of those risks.
Your paper refers to two concepts that perhaps we could just clarify what they mean: aged care risk and longevity risk.
All right, so longevity risk in the sense is that you live longer than your resources can finance. So we've seen massive improvement in our longevity due to reduced mortality. So, for example, until recently, in many developed countries, every hour that passed, on average, an additional 15 minutes was added to life expectancy. Now, that's slowed down a lot, and it's uncertain what the future lies in terms of improvement. So longevity risk is around the improvement in mortality, living longer, and the uncertainty attached to that. You don't know how long you're going to live, and you don't know what improvements are going to occur in the future, but you can quantify uncertainty around that. And then as you age, you face the risk of becoming functionally disabled, requiring care. That increases with age. It varies with gender and health status and so on. But as you age, you face those risks. There's a probability you require different levels of care. Those probabilities also are uncertain. They have trends as well. So improvement in mortality can also interact with functional disability and chances of becoming disabled. If you're living longer into older ages, then you'll face higher possibilities of requiring care.
Is it fair to say that the Commonwealth manages or insures against both of those risks through the aged care system and the aged pension system?
Well, for the aged care system, certainly the Australian government is the main insurer, effectively, of long-term care risks or functional disability risk, care risks. As far as longevity risk goes, the government does, as a last resort, through the age pension. It provides a means-tested basic level of income that provides that longevity insurance. Individuals are increasingly accumulating savings through the superannuation guarantee, but they are yet to really convert that into products that will give them longevity protection. And there's a move in that direction in Australia. So individuals wear a lot of the longevity risk as well.
You say that the two risks together are the major risks faced by retirees, and you point to the need for some form of private market longevity insurance. What's the need for that type of insurance as you see it?
Well, basically, if you look at longevity insurance and you have an accumulated amount in your superannuation, you could self-insure your longevity risk and just draw down on that to meet your consumption needs. And then when you run out of your savings, you go on the age pension, and that provides a basic level of resources, income in your older ages. The other way to tackle the problem is if you could buy some longevity insurance where you pooled that risk with other individuals of the same age, then you could generate a higher income out of your savings rather than self-insuring your risk, then you'd be better off. And individuals don't know how long they're going to live, so they could pool that risk in an insurance pool, longevity insurance pool, through, for example, an annuity or a deferred annuity product. And they would be better off by the benefits of pooling. Now, there are some offsetting effects in insurance contracts that reduce the benefits of pooling, but basically the benefit comes from that averaging and pooling with an uncertain risk.
So we have two different risks here, both suitable for insurance, and the rationale for them being suitable for insurance is because there's a risk under both. There's a risk in each that's capable of being quantified, priced, and someone can deliver a product to meet or that risk in the event of it coming to fruition, correct?
That's right. So individuals face the risk. They don't know for sure when they're going to die. They don't know if or how much care they're going to need. So there's uncertainty around that. And if you can replace that uncertainty with some certainty by averaging, pooling, then you'll be better off if the price of buying that insurance contract was what's normally called actuarially fair, but that ignores the add-on costs that can reduce the benefits of pooling.
Life annuities would seem to be the clearest example of a longevity insurance. Would you agree with that? Certainly that's the standard form of longevity insurance. There are many other forms. Deferred annuities is increasingly considered as the type of longevity insurance where you just buy for older ages coverage of your longevity risk. But life annuities have been the standard form. And what's the size of that market in terms of coverage of the sort of people we're talking about? People who are post 65 who are looking for protection for the longevity risk?
In Australia, very small. The word usually is thin market, so very few people buy life annuities at the moment. There's only really one major provider of life annuities. People, if they basically have superannuation savings, they'll draw them down through their superannuation fund through a phase withdrawal without longevity protection.
Let's talk about the private market then for the aged care risk.
Just before you do, Mr. Bolster, the prices of these life annuities are presumably largely negotiated between the buyer and the seller, so that the buyer will say, I want a life assurance product that will give me at the age of 65 or whatever an amount of money. What's the degree of sophistication that is involved in determining the amount of money that the buyer will identify for the product, and more particularly, to what extent do buyers take into account the care component of their expected needs, rather than just sort of a guess that you might need, $60,000 a year to live into the future?
Life annuities, when they're offered, it's not really a negotiation. The life insurer providing the product has its prices. It looks at its mortality expectations for the types of individuals it will underwrite, and it sets a price, and you go along and you look at the price and you decide whether you're going to buy the product. That price is determined to reflect the fact that people who are going to buy that life annuity are probably on average going to live long. You wouldn't buy a life annuity at the price that, some kind of average price, if you like, that if you felt you weren't going to live long, you wouldn't get value from it. So they price based on annuity life tables that build in some long life improvement, if you like. They don't take into account aged care needs, and it's just based on generating an income. Could be inflation linked, but some kind of constant income during retirement until you die. So it's looking basically at longevity or how long you live rather than the needs for extra costs like aged care. There are innovations in annuities that do that have happened in the US and some other countries.
No, I think I understood that. I asked the question badly. So assume that I want to buy life assurance for me. I would say, well, I want something that will give me X amount of dollars over a period of time.
So 10,000 per annum. Then the life insurer would say that would cost a single premium of whatever it is, 140,000 or whatever.
Yep. So 10,000 per annum would obviously be a bit low for my dissolute needs, but that's not a bad example.
That's
So when I'm working out that I want a $10,000 life a year annuity or a $50,000 a year annuity, do you know anything about the extent to which the buyers, in making their decision about what to buy, take into account things like the expected care needs they're likely to have? Or are they just saying, well, I now know that my annual expenditure is $20,000. I just want to make sure that I've got $20,000 into the future?
Well, firstly, in Australia in particular, individuals aren't buying these products very much. Those that would be buying on the basis of possibly financial advice, and it would be looking at providing an income. I want to live on. I've got potential for the age pension, but I want an extra 20,000 per annum, and I want it as long as I live. And that's kind of the focus. Incorporating aged care into these decisions around financial planning is still in its early stages. Already just thinking about products, even as simple, from my perspective, as a life annuity. Individuals at retirement find that complex as well. So decision-making around buying these financial products is also an issue in terms of awareness, and also financial planners and understanding these issues, and particularly around aged care. Increasingly, that's important and being considered. But if you wanted to incorporate aged care, you need a product that provides more funds when you are needing aged care, when you're functionally disabled. So you need a different type of product to the standard life annuity.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Boss.
We'll come back. We'll come to that product in due course. But the pricing for annuities is effectively a community rated number, isn't it? It doesn't take into account the risk of a particular person, their health history.
No, it does. So
it does.
Yes. It doesn't specifically take into account health status. It assumes that people. So the way the life annuity market works is you're going to sell a product and you're going to fix a price, and the price will apply for anybody at that age. It's based on age and gender. So they're not generally underwritten. There is some underwriting of life annuities. For example, in the UK, they use postcode to represent socioeconomic status. So if you're in a postcode where people die earlier, then you'll get a boost in your income in the annuity because your mortality prospects are not so good, but not so in Australia. So there's a price offered. It's based on the assumption that people who buy your product will self-select. You won't buy a life annuity unless you felt you were going to beat the odds that the insurer is offering that you're going to live long. So they build that into their rate, and then they sell the product. So you buy the product basically only if you are in a good health state with good longevity prospects and you see it as value for money. And the other individuals, if they buy it, they're not getting a very good deal. And that's why the products haven't been underwritten, these risk factors taken into account. Increasingly they are. So there are in Europe and the UK what they call enhanced annuities. So if your mortality prospects aren't so good, and this is based on health factors and so on, then they boost. You get a better rate because you're not going to live as long.
What's the sort of penetration of those sorts of annuities in this country?
Virtually non-existent. Like I said, there's only really one provider. The market's very thin. It's a market that the government, I think, would be, and certainly through different reviews, retirement income review and so on, they're looking to move in that kind of direction.
Now, deferred income annuities operate slightly differently. They enable you to say at age 60, I wish my annuity coverage to begin when I'm 80 and cover the period for which I live beyond 80.
That's right.
What's the benefit there? The margin, the price of that sort of annuity is far cheaper, isn't it, than if you wait till you're 80 and put the same amount of money into an annuity at 80.
That's right. So basically at age 60, if everybody pools together, they don't know whether they're going to live to age 80, but those that don't live to age 80 give up the premium they pay, and that helps fund those that live longer. So, I mean, that's basically the way life annuities work. People that you don't know when you're going to die, those who die earlier fund those that live longer. And you pay an average price based on an average lifetime effectively for that to be in the pool.
What's your explanation for why the market is so thin in Australia for these products? Is it the focus on the home and super as being the assets that people will live off and are most comfortable with? Or is there a risk about paying to an insurer a large sum of money to protect your future? What's the problem here?
There are many factors that are known to explain the lack of demand for life annuities. It's tied up with, well, in the Australian situation, firstly, I mean, individuals, I guess, haven't had the savings they've relied on the age pension. So the government provision is what's called crowded out private markets. Increasingly, as individuals have the resources to buy these annuities, there are costs involved. So if you have a life insurer offering a guarantee to pay you as long as you live, then there's a longevity risk. And that longevity risk is if there's a cure for cancer or mortality improvements continue. So they don't anticipate that. And to handle that risk, because they've given a guarantee, they have to hold capital. There are prudential requirements. And those capital requirements are costly. They increase the price of the annuity. And there are also other costs in managing an insurance pool. Those costs can erode the benefits of pooling. So you do get an increase in income from the pooling process, but that's eroded by these costs, including guarantee solvency costs and profit margins. So these margins can reduce the value of these. So rationally speaking, you may not find buying one of these products a good idea, and also the insurer has to manage these risks. Sometimes they refer to the longevity risk, such as like a cure for cancer as a toxic type of risk, and they're not keen on taking that risk.
You mentioned some of the costs that affect the premiums in the area, and you give a figure for between 10 and 15% in guaranteed life annuities and up to 30 to 40% in long-term care insurance. you mentioned a frictional cost. What is a frictional cost in this context?
So frictional cost arises from the costs involved in setting up the vehicle, the insurance vehicle, to pool the risk and the guarantees that that vehicle provides. So if you want to try and have a longevity insurance, you have to somehow negotiate in a pool, work out the rate, the premium rate, manage the money, manage capital costs, hold capital costs, invest the money. So there are costs involved in setting up the vehicle that manages that risk and provides the product. They're the frictional costs. And an important frictional cost is around guarantees provided by an insurer. So the regulator, APRA, requires these insurers to be able to meet their obligations. They have capital to cover a 1 in 200 event in terms of mortality and disability and other risks over the next year. And so they have to hold fairly substantial amounts of capital, and those capital amounts have to be compensated with a cost, and that adds to the cost of the price of the
presumably though, the retention of the capital will, in some respects, enable them to get cheaper funds because it makes them a sounder investment.
Well,
wouldn't that offset some of the costs?
To some extent, but remember the life insurers, most of their capital financing, if you look at it from a capital perspective, comes from the premiums from the policyholder, and then there's the capital from the equity providers. But remember, most of the balance sheet comes from the premiums of, particularly for a life insurance case, from the premiums of the policyholders. So it's mostly a debt operated operation where policyholders provide the debt, and then the equity capital is there to guarantee the payments and to get a profit on the business they provide, the managing of the pool and so on in the investment.
You mentioned adverse selection. Is that a premium that you have to allow for to account for the fact that the person who's likely to want the policy has a fair idea that they're going to live the amount of time to get the best benefit? Yeah,
so adverse selection is basically, like I mentioned, if you could take into account risk factors, if you knew all the risk factors for each individual, you could price your product to reflect those risk factors. But the reality is you don't know for sure. You group individuals by gender, by smoking status, by age, and potentially some other risk factors. But in the annuity market, it's basically age and gender. And then you basically have a price that isn't fine enough to reflect all these other risk factors. So individuals then look at that price, and those that know they're going to live long would find it advantageous to buy the product. So they would buy the product. So to try and manage that adverse selection, you have a loading on your annuity rate to reflect the fact that only the better risks are going to buy the product. If you could somehow underwrite, there'd be a cost involved, but if you could determine the risk factors for longevity and you could vary your rate by those risk factors, as they're doing with enhanced annuities, you could reduce the risks around adverse selection.
And another way to reduce risk is to reduce the frictional costs is to combine the two risks in a single pool. So you insure both the longevity risk and the aged care risk with the same group of people. You'll achieve some sort of economy, won't you? Could you explain that?
Yeah, that's right. So, well, there's two benefits from a product that combines the long-term care, the aged care, along with the longevity. And one is around the adverse selection, right? Because individuals who face higher long-term care risks are generally going to have shorter longevity, more or less, and vice versa. So individuals who would adversely select against you in terms of your life annuity aren't going to be the ones that adversely select against you in terms of long-term care insurance. So if you put the two products together, you can mitigate that adverse selection to some extent. And the other benefit, of course, is if there's uncertainties in rates, if rates of longevity improve, then what happens in terms of your long-term care risks, the average time you might be paying on long-term care is further into the future. And so there's an offsetting of the risks between the two products. It means capital costs can be lower for the combined products.
On page 5 at paragraph 12 of your report, you sort of summarise the position about where this leaves most people in the community in terms of these products. You say that less wealthy individuals will not be able to afford a private long-term care insurance premiums, will not have the housing equity wealth to draw on, relying effectively on the government as the fallback insurer. Correct?
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, that's basically there's a wide diversity of levels of wealth, levels of health, ownership of housing, and the attractiveness of things like long-term care insurance, the affordability and whether they have the liquidity to buy it varies with all those factors.
Wealthier individuals will be able to self-insure, and therefore perhaps products like this are not going to be attractive for them, correct?
That's correct. That's right. So particularly, you know, if you're wealthy and you own your house, the house to a large extent, for example, for residential care would substitute for that and reduce the demand for having long-term care insurance. But higher levels of wealth, you can self-insure that risk in terms of at least the risk that you might face, given that there's a government scheme that would cover the kind of catastrophe costs potentially. And so at higher wealth levels, you're probably not interested in these long-term care insurance products. If you're not so wealthy, you're not going to be able to afford the premiums, or if you have most of your wealth in a house, home equity, and you don't have liquidity, you don't have the cash to buy these products. Whereas those in the middle is kind of a sweet spot where they could potentially benefit from these products.
Isn't the problem there that as soon as you add the element of care insurance, that the premiums become variable depending upon the likely care needs of the person, and you introduce subjective personal characteristics?
Well, so there's underwriting of the long-term care insurance. So typically you want to buy these products when you only be able to buy them if you're healthy and you're not functionally disabled. They underwrite the products for long-term care. So typically ages 50 to 70, somewhere in that range, where you're healthy and not functionally disabled, you'd be able to buy these products. If you get into older ages and you're becoming functionally disabled, your health's deteriorating, you're not going to be able to buy these products. The insurers won't write the risk.
So really the only way for these policies to be effective is if they're raised or entered into in your 30s, your 40s, and maybe if you're lucky and healthy in your 50s.
Well, most of these products are sold actually to people, say 50 to 70. So, but in the 50s is probably where you're thinking about retirement would be a time. You could buy it earlier, of course, spread the cost, but generally I think the calls on your income needs and so on in those earlier ages aren't focused on older age generally. And the insurers, particularly in the US, for example, they would be writing these products to individuals 50 to 70 or 50 to 80 or something like that for individuals who are healthy. But most individuals, until they perhaps get into their 60s, don't have chronic illnesses and aren't functionally disabled. Some are, but it becomes a much more important issue, say, beyond age 70.
But the point of principle is if you are seeking to establish this as a long-term source of finance for people's care as they age, the earlier they enter into these policies, the cheaper they will be in the long run.
That's right.
Correct?
Correct, yes.
Could I then turn to the issue of gender? The pricing of all of these policies does seem to be gender specific, at least in this country. Annuities for men are cheaper they provide a greater return, and for women, they're more expensive and they get a less return. That seems to be enshrined in legislation, although it's been debated on and off over recent history. What's your perspective on that, given the policy that we're coming at this from, of providing some form of broad coverage for an aged care and longevity risk into the future?
Yeah, well, so from a private insurer perspective, gender is a rating factor, and well, not in Europe, it's unisex there, but at least in Australia, gender is a rating factor. We know from the statistics that females live on average longer than males, so that explains the annuity difference, but also they spend longer period functionally disabled, requiring care. So if you looked at long-term care products, you see the female products being much more expensive than the male products. So if you wanted to try and have a unisex rate, you'd have to pool males and females together, and now you have to have some compulsion to get people in the pool because you have that adverse selection issue. If you charge an average price for males and females, the only people who are going to buy that product are the ones who think it's worthwhile. So you have to then have some kind of compulsion.
And what if the government was involved? What if the government was required the taxpayer to make a small contribution into one of these, into a fund that was effectively mirrored these policies? Would it obtain risk pooling advantages and economies of scale as well?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's the benefit of a government insurance scheme. You can limit these adverse selection issues. You can pool a larger group of individuals. You know, I guess more flexibility in the way you finance the costs.
It's been suggested that the two risks, the aged care and longevity risk, complement each other in an actuarial sense. Is that because women are overall live longer and are healthier? They're less likely to draw upon the care side of the policy, as opposed to men who are going to live shorter? Is that a...
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that.
Yeah, I thought it might be.
So females live longer and spend on average more time functionally disabled. Males live shorter and spend less time functionally disabled. And these are gender-specific, statistically based differences. Certainly when you look at the data that we've looked at, and for as long as you can look at this data, that's been the case.
If government's not involved and people have to do this themselves, then they've got to raise money to do it. And you have suggested that one of the ways they can do that is through some sort of equity release or reverse mortgage. Why is that a good idea? Wouldn't it be better, they might say to you, to leave the money in the house, protect the house, make sure that at least they will always have a house to fall back on?
Yeah, that's right. So where does the home equity become valuable? So if you don't have other sources of liquidity, and you see, for example, a benefit in buying some long-term care insurance because of the benefits of insurance, then you can buy the long-term care insurance by unlocking the equity in your home through a reverse mortgage. And now you've covered your long-term care risks with a long-term care insurance, rather than using your house, for example, to hedge that risk in case you need to move into residential care. So there are different ways of funding a risk. So you could use your house, an illiquid asset that's going to grow in value and offset accommodation costs in residential care as your type of long-term care insurance. Or if there was a long-term care insurance, you could unlock some of the equity earlier to buy that insurance and have in place an insurance that cover other costs, for example, as well as perhaps accommodation.
Yeah. We're going to hear from the four main banks early next week. about reverse mortgages. And I think you'll hear that there's a great reluctance for them to embark on offering those products because of the risk that they see there for older people in terms of what is in effect quite a complicated transaction. Do you have any sympathy for that view? It would suggest that the funding is available from other banks and mezzanine style lenders. Is that a satisfactory outcome?
Yeah, so I can understand the kinds of reservations that the banks have around these reverse mortgage products, lending to older people who may not be so familiar with how these products work. They are relatively complex, and then finding when they move out of their home into residential care, or if they die, that suddenly they don't have any equity in their home, they've used it up, and not understanding that can have potentially very negative benefits if a bank is getting accused of taking advantage of older people with these products, because they are priced above a standard loan for a range of different factors and so on. There are, as you said, other providers, and also there's now the pension loan scheme of the government, which has been extended. So there are other providers that provide the prospects of having an equity release.
What's your view of the pension loan scheme?
I think it's a great idea. I think it's the sorts of things that government should be doing to support different ways of financing these risks in retirement. And certainly, if we know that individuals have high levels of equity in their home, lower levels of liquidity to cover their living costs and to perhaps buy other kinds of products. So it's a very valuable means of unlocking equity and enhancing welfare in older age.
If you look at it from a broader perspective, you've got the Commonwealth providing the pension loan scheme to effectively fund the premiums for these sorts of products. You've got it as the backstop insurer in the case of the pension, and you have it as the insurer for the care risk. The Commonwealth is effectively the insurer for a large number of people across the community already, isn't it?
Yeah, correct. That's right. So
conceptually, therefore, there doesn't seem to be a large leap for the Commonwealth to engage and establish some sort of pre-funded system for collecting premiums, gaining economic efficiencies in the process, evening the gender gap, and providing a far broader way in which these two risks can be managed for Australians.
That's right. I'd agree. There's already the Australian government provides a very substantial and very important role in both those areas, and if it was formalised through some kind of social insurance arrangement, however designed, then that would more or less reflect what they're doing now in a more formal structure.
And can you point to overseas examples of that? We've heard about the Japanese experience earlier today. I think we'll hear about the Dutch experience sometime in the future. Do you have a preferred model that you'd like to talk about?
Well, I'd say potentially probably a Japanese kind of structure is something similar to what I kind of had in the back of my mind. And I think I put something like that in a letter to the Commission. But the German system, the Dutch system, they're all similar in that respect. I think the French system is interesting, particularly because it involves private long-term care insurance providers more. So they would be the types of country systems that would be best to look at. Now,
I'd like to turn to the sort of work that you're doing at UNSW, and that's the modelling that you have been doing about these sorts of risks based on, as I understand it, United States HRS data.
Correct.
Could you tell us what's the genesis, what's the kernel of that sort of modelling?
Right. So when you look at the risks in retirement, you say you're a 65-year-old looking out into the future. What you want to know are things around what's the probability that I'll survive to different ages, but what's the probability at age 70 I will have a certain level of functional disability, or I'll have certain health conditions, and how does that impact my need for care? So to look at that in an actuarial modelling context, what we'd like to do is follow individuals through time, a large group of individuals through time, tracking their health status, their functional disability and other aspects as they move through time, so that we can model what's called transition rates or probabilities of moving between different conditions and so on with longitudinal data. We can also use that to estimate trends, because we have individuals of different ages in a pool. We're using survey data, the HRS data. So you can estimate trends and uncertainties as well from that data. But the benefit is it's a large survey of older Americans, and they're followed through time, and they track lots of information around their health and functional disability and other aspects around retirement. And so it's very powerful in terms of actuarial modelling of the risks, and then you can use those models to then estimate costs and price insurance, annuities and long-term care and so on. So the benefit is individual level, tracking individuals through time, longitudinal data. So we don't have that in Australia. We have survey data that's at a particular time, cross-sectional at unit level, but you're not following individuals through time. There is some of that through the ACAT type data, but it's only for individuals who are getting assessed, and it's often difficult to necessarily access.
Is what you're saying that there's no real-time tracking of this sort of longitudinal data in Australia that's sufficient to enable you to do the sort of modelling that you want to do?
That's right. Across all individuals in Australia, not only those who are receiving care, but all and across all ages, and tracking them through time. There isn't an equivalent of the HRS, for example, in Australia.
Having read your paper, tell me if I'm wrong when I state this proposition, that when you're doing that, you are effectively analysing the aggregate or systemic risk across ageing and longevity. Is that right?
Well, that's the focus of our research. So what differentiates what we do often from what others might do is when we look at this individual data, firstly, there's from an individual perspective, they don't know exactly when they're going to die, how much care needs, their chances at 95, requiring residential care and so on. But there are probabilities you can assign to that. So that's the individual perspective. Yep. You pool individuals into an insurance pool. And then at that level, you have to worry about these systematic risk factors. So these are factors that affect everybody. So if, for example, mortality is improving, then on average, everybody's mortality is improving. We're getting better health care and so on. So that's a systematic factor, and it's also uncertain. We don't know. For example, we've had very high levels of mortality improvement in the last 4 or 5 years. That's slowed down. So, cardiovascular disease, we've had the benefits of reductions in smoking to reduce that, but there's a limit to how much improvement you can get from that. That's starting to, and we're not necessarily going to have a cure for cancer, for example. So there's uncertainties as well as trends, but estimating those trends, those systematic factors and the uncertainties are very important, particularly for a private insurance market that drives the capital costs, drives the loadings on the product. So if you can't quantify this uncertainty into the future, then you have to hold more capital, if you like, and that makes the products more expensive. So if you can refine down those trends and uncertainties, you can price the products more accurately or capture the risk better, or think of new ways of pooling the risk, mutual pools rather than guarantee pools.
I guess we will see that play out in the way people perceive COVID from a risk perspective over the next 18 months as data comes in about how it's affected particular age cohorts. That will find its way into the longitudinal modelling, and that would affect the pricing of these sorts of risks.
COVID will have some cohort effects or longitudinal effects. COVID is mainly a period effect. It's like the Spanish flu, World War I, World War II, particularly Spanish flu. It's mostly a period effect. So it hits a certain number of years and mortality changes. Now, in the COVID, we've actually kind of, in Australia, benefited in terms of mortality and so on from COVID, because we haven't had the large deaths from COVID. We've reduced flu deaths and other cause deaths. So on a period basis, it's probably going to have a positive effect on longevity. And it may not have such a large impact out into the future, at least beyond the next few years in terms of cohort mortality. So you have to think, what modelling we do is cohort based rather than just taking into account period table. So the standard life table that the government actuary produces is a period type table rather than a cohort based table.
Well, Professor, I've come to the end of my questions. Perhaps if you'd like to sum up your position, which way should, which is the best way forward? What would you say to the commissioners about the way in which they should approach this issue and the recommendations they should make to government about this?
Well, from my perspective, I think formalising the aged care arrangements at the moment into some kind of insurance structure, maybe it's along the Japanese or the German kind of model, would, I think, be beneficial. But also, I think supporting or encouraging the government to provide support or ways to encourage the private markets for individuals who are providing their contribution or additional coverage for their own longevity and their own aged care risks, and also encouraging new developments in those areas, new products that can potentially be better than the standard kinds of annuity long-term care insurance products that might be otherwise offered.
Just in terms of the government fostering the development of this market, is there anything in particular that you have in mind?
Well, there's different ways of doing it. I mean, the standard ways are around, beneficial tax and means testing and so on. But there are ways, for example, for a government-supported provider, to take initiatives, drive the market, like we had, for example, in Medicare and so on in the health insurance area. We had the Commonwealth Bank start as a government bank in the banking area. So there are various reasons why the government might initiate this market through its own reinsurer or insurer.
All right. Thank you very much. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Professor, thank you very much. I must say I enjoyed listening to these actuarial matters and to see how the vicissitudes of life are put into integers in the kinds of calculations that actuaries make. It's interesting, and it's a very useful component for our inquiries. We're grateful to the time you've put into the written material and for making yourself available today. So thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Commissioners, we're ahead of time. Perhaps an adjournment to enable the next witness to be arranged.
All right. How long do you think we might need? Would 10 minutes be enough?
I would hope so. The next witness is not due till 3:30. Perhaps 20 past.
Well, let's adjourn till 15:15, and if we're not able to resume, then we're no worse off.
And could the witness be excused? Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Professor, I formally excuse you from further attendance. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Royal Commission is adjourned until 3:15 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Professor John Piggott.
Professor Piggott, Piggott, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Professor. Can you see me?
I can see you clearly.
Thank you. Professor, you're the Director of the Australian Research Council's Centre of Excellence in Population Ageing Research, CPAR, at the University of New South Wales. And you're also the Scientia Professor of Economics at the University of New South Wales. Have I got that right?
You do.
Terrific. You're also a former Australian Professorial Fellow. You've published widely and researched widely on issues in retirement and pension economics and finance and in public finance more generally. And indeed, I understand you are closely involved in productivity commission work in relation to aged care. Is that right?
Not closely involved. I've had a little bit to do with them. Closely involved is an exaggeration.
In respect of your expertise in retirement and pension economics and finance and public finance more generally, have I got that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you've, in collaboration with your colleague Raffle Tomic, prepared a submission to the Royal Commission responding to various financing issues. And I'll ask that that document be displayed on the screen now, and I'll read into the transcript the document ID RCD 999905080001. Do you recognise the document on the screen?
I do.
And that's the submission that sets out your opinions on the matters that have been raised concerning future financing of aged care.
It is.
I tender the document.
Yes, that document will be Exhibit 21-6.
Thank you. Professor, I want to ask you a number of questions about issues you've addressed in the submission and about financing options for aged care that may not necessarily arise but are related to things said in the submission. I'll start with what you said at page 2 of the submission, that's 0002, where you have a summary of key objectives, principles and objectives which should guide the design of aged care financing. Is that a fair summary of what appears in the boxed summary on page 0002?
Yes, I think so. It's a summary of the full document.
Yes.
It involves the principles as well. I was asked to articulate principles, yes.
Thank you. And there are 5 topics identified there, and I'm going to refer to them as design features. Do each of those features tend to reinforce each other if employed in combination in an overall coherent design? For example, what about the interdependencies between the possibility of a hypothecated levy and any of the other outcomes? Are there connections?
Oh, yes, I think so. This is a coordinated summary, if you like. So I think the best way of elaborating on it is to begin with the idea that aged care has to be predominantly publicly provided. It's a predominantly public responsibility. And then the question becomes, how do you do that most efficiently? In the sense, when I say efficiently, I mean in the sense of economic efficiency. How do you do that equitably, both in terms of what you're delivering and in terms of how you might finance it? And when I think of the financing pieces of that, I think of two sources. I think of some form of taxation source, and I think of the contributions that care recipients themselves might make. And as we considered this request, we came to the conclusion that a hypothecated levy would best meet the requirements of efficiency and equity with regard to general public finance sources. So that's where the revenue would come from the hypothecated levy. And then we thought as well it was important to give a significant role to user payments or co-contributions or co-payments. It's difficult to come up with an exact term that describes what currently is and what might be. But those two sources have between them the capacity to, so far as it's possible, support the idea that the care that is being provided is valued by the recipient, and that the taxation sources have equity components both within a cohort and across cohorts.
Thank you. I'll go through a series of topics that will give you a chance to explain some of what you've said there in more detail.
Okay.
Before we dive into those particular points of detail, I want to pick up on something that you've said on page 3 about the importance of introducing or factoring in the role of informal carers. That is, taking into account the role of informal carers in the overall design and approach. And you've referred on page 003 to that role. I'm just, beg your pardon. And you've referred to a report by Deloitte in 2020, which I'll just ask to be displayed, table 2.4. And you've referred to a very significant modelled estimate by Deloitte of a figure of some $77 billion a year in replacement costs for informal care. Just pausing there for a moment, we understand that to be an aggregated figure, not just a figure relating to the care of older people, but nevertheless, it's a very significant figure, Professor. And what are your thoughts about the way that that should be taken into account in the overall design, that very valuable contribution and the potential deadweight effects it has on labour participation and taxation revenue from the people who aren't working as a result of providing informal care?
So we thought it was important to indicate the scale of this. I acknowledge that this covers care for people who are young as well, but other estimates which look at replacement cost, which focus on 65 pluses, but which are in fact older, which is why they weren't used, indicate a similar kind of scale. So it's a very important issue, I think, to bring to the Commission's attention. And especially because my understanding is that a lot of home care provision is delayed in its delivery. And the sense I have is that in some cases, maybe even many cases, people reduce their hours of work in order to informally provide the care that might be available were the home care entitlements delivered in a timely manner. So when you're thinking about the additional cost of bringing the home care package to a timely means of delivery, so that it's there once you are deemed eligible for it, I think it's worth remembering that in doing that, there is probably a significant offset both in productive labour and in taxation revenues that needs to be taken into account.
Yes. And we can't really take it any further than that at this point, but your advice is that that matter be carefully investigated and modelled and taken into account in the calibration of the various funding arrangements and contributions.
I think that's important. I think that's important to do.
Thank you. Now, Operator, we can take that table down. Thank you very much. I just want to pick up on something you said by way of your overview of the various design features or principles. You said something about the idea of contributions by the people receiving the services, provided they have the means to contribute, has an important effect on the overall design. And you said something about how it's important that people value the services they receive. Can you explain a little more about the dynamic under which having contributions can actually improve efficiency overall?
Yes. So this is, once again, not new. It happens a lot with health insurance, that there is a co-pay element. Normally when the concern with universal insurance, where there is no co-pay, is that there's an over-servicing that occurs, and the over-servicing is clearly wasteful. By introducing a co-pay, you introduce some form of discipline. You also introduce a sense of consumer engagement. And I think both those have value in bringing this very subsidized service into context in terms of the way people value it.
Yes, and that consumer engagement, might that take the form of pressure by consumers on providers concerning quality, for example, and they feel they have a stake in it because they paid for it out of their own pockets? Is that what you mean?
Indeed, that would be one area. And the flip side of that, if you like, is that if a service is offered or is advocated that a consumer does not want, and there is a required and mandated co-payment, they're more likely to resist the delivery of that service.
Yes, yes indeed.
And Professor, presumably there are any number of studies on how you set the co-payment, how you go about determining an amount that the co-payment should be set at. Are you able to give us some sense of that? I mean, sometimes the co-payments to one person might just seem nominal and therefore not likely to influence decisions. But presumably in your field, there have been hundreds, if not thousands or hundreds of thousands of studies on how you set these things.
Yes, it's not a simple thing to give you an answer very quickly. There's a recent study in which I was involved where co-payments were reduced for medical services from 14% to 7%, and utilization went up by about 40%. So that suggests that there is certainly a response that's very substantial. Now, I think the exact co-pay rates, which I know you have stipulated in some of your propositions, I'm not sure what they should be, and I think that's once again something that would require further investigation. But I think the idea of having co-pays and maybe differential co-pays for different kinds of services is an important one.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor, thank you for referring to our propositions. I wasn't going to take you through them. I didn't think that was fair given the scope of our request to you, which was confined really to financing matters and not to testing the propositions. But I can't resist just asking you this. You might have noticed in kindly perusing those propositions, and I think you're referring to the propositions that follow from number FF13, that we've formulated a pretty simple proposal for contributions for the swathe of, or the suite of, service categories for people receiving community and in-home care. And then it gets more complex in residential care. This seems opposite to two of the principles that you've identified in your statement at pages 4 to 5, and against which you've evaluated different financing options in table 1 on page 6. And they are administrative efficacy and equity. And the commissioners are hearing a lot about the administrative burden of the existing means testing processes. Just take it from me that there's a lot said about that, and there will be more said about it at this hearing. How are the Royal Commissioners to tackle the question of achieving some sort of balance in their recommendations between the dictates of equity and the dictates of administrative efficacy? Is one answer to consider, in effect, the overall volumes and whether the unit rates, if I can put it that way, of the particular services are not terribly high, and in such circumstances just to have a simple fixed contribution rate, for example?
I think that's a good place to start. Once again, I think this is an area which has been little studied in a systematic way. One observation I would make in those propositions, you offer alternatives, either $5 or 5%. I think that kind of thing. The 5% is so I'd make a distinction between a copay and a deductible, and I think a copay has more impact in this context in most cases. And so the copay is the 5 or 10%, and however much you use of the service, you pay more. The deductible is the first piece of the car repair. Right?
No other thoughts at present?
I think I might leave it there.
All right, thank you. Now, in table 1 on page 6, you compare down the left-hand column, in effect, a suite of options that you've described as tax financing. I'll just ask you about that in a second. And down the right-hand column, social insurance, both of them against the principles or design features. Well, no, these are principles set out down the far left column. And I just mentioned two of those, administrative efficacy and equity, but you also mentioned economic efficiency, different forms of equity, which I'll just ask you about in a second, and sustainability. Now, down the tax financing column, I see that you've referred to a hypothecated levy under that column, but I take it that you're also encompassing the possibility of just payment from general revenue, yes, along the lines of the current financing, public financing of aged care in Australia?
Yes, in some ways it's a little confusing that we put hypothecated levy in there. I think we're asked to make this distinction and to compare in one of the questions that you put to in the prior correspondence. And so this is an attempt to address that question. And I think where I end up, if I might start at the end, which is often a convenient place to start, a hypothecated levy is something that might be seen as trying to cherry pick the best of both these options. So the tax financing should mainly be interpreted in terms of general tax revenue financing, and social insurance should mainly be interpreted in terms of some more or less explicit contract that exists.
Thank you.
To take two extremes.
Yes. And later in the submission, you've made the point that really we're talking about a continuum, and no existing scheme in the world is a pure version of social insurance, I think you say.
I think that's true, yeah.
Now, could we just break down this concept of the three different kinds of equity you've mentioned there? Are you able to just give us a quick potted summary of horizontal equity before going to vertical equity?
Sure. The idea of horizontal equity, everyone knows what it means, but it's kind of difficult to be exact. But the way it's put, if you speak fast, is an equal treatment of equals. If someone has equal resources, they should be taxed in equivalent ways. And that seems to be a very fundamental principle of public finance. One possible interpretation of it is that it's a guarantee against what you might think of as capricious taxation. So you don't want to tax additionally someone with brown hair. You want to take relevant considerations into account and treat those equally. But it does have more, I guess, serious financial implications as well. For example, two people might have equal wealth, but one of them may have it in a principal residence and the other in taxable instruments. So in those circumstances, you might say, well, horizontal equity is in some sense being violated. On the other hand, probably both individuals have the option of having an owner-occupier residence. So there are some difficulties of interpretation. So perhaps that's enough on horizontal equity.
Well, I'll just ask one thing. What about if the system in effect discriminates or treats differently on the basis of, say, relationship status, so that a single person is in effect disadvantaged by comparison with people who are codependents inhabiting the same place? This actually has a real manifestation in the means test in the aged care context because of the way the principal residence is protected if a so-called protected person is living in the home. Is that a horizontal equity issue?
It's a form of equity issue, and associated with notions of equity are notions of the way in which you might define the consuming unit. So you can think of the consuming unit as an individual or a couple or a household. And indeed, in some tax jurisdictions, including the US, you can have joint filing as well as individual filing.
All right. Vertical equity.
Vertical equity is the idea that if you have more, you pay proportionately more than proportionately more. So there's some progressivity in the system. And I think that's a fairly straightforward idea. It's much simpler to interpret than horizontal equity, I think. And let me say that if you combine particularly the taxation and the transfer elements in the Australian system, we have a very progressive system by OECD standards.
Thank you. And intergenerational equity.
Intergenerational equity is the idea that perhaps we are burdening future generations with costs that we ourselves incur. And so if you look at increases in debt, right, that debt will eventually be paid off by future generations and not by my generation. And so responsibility with regard to that is very important. And those kinds of issues, I think we need to be cognizant of, particularly in this context. other contexts as well, but this context, retirement is another, retirement incomes is a second context. And that will come up if we talk further about the hypothecated levy.
Thank you. And you mentioned in your statement in a couple of places the opportunity to build some reserves from a hypothecated levy before the baby boomers reach the point where they're not contributing to the system and they're using aged care services.
Yeah.
I'll draw that before the point the baby boomers are using aged care services.
That would be an advantage of using a hypothecated levy in promoting intergenerational or inter-cohort equity, and it would involve the building of some reserves. A point I would make in this connection is that sometimes that's thought of as pre-funding, and I know elsewhere you have asked or you have mentioned pre-funding, but it's not really pre-funding, it's really just an accidental consequence of demographic disequilibrium.
So just to stop there for a moment, a hypothecated levy could contribute to a fund, and that fund could be administered on a pay-as-you-go basis. That is that at the same time as the funds are being raised in particular period, they're almost all going out the door and meeting the expenses.
Yeah, but there may be a reserve that built up because the baby boomers are more numerous. And then when the baby boomers come to need the aged care, that fund will be run down.
Yes, thank you. Now, you've mentioned some matters of concern of a greater or lesser degree in the table. We can, in effect, read it for ourselves. But there's one point about social insurance I wanted to ask you about, which is the possibility that it might have disadvantages of a horizontal inequity nature because of it drawing its resources from a narrower base. Is that a design issue? Can that be fixed by adopting, in effect, something of a hypothecated taxation levy approach?
It probably can be. I think to anticipate this into where we might go, I think what we have in Australia is a system of social protection which does not involve identifying specific contributors. And so social insurance typically does that, and then there is a backup where if you don't make contributions, then nevertheless you're not going to be left on the street when you need aged care, and contributions are in some sense made on your behalf, nominally, notionally, or in reality, depending on the system.
And in respect of the taxation, the tax financing column, in a contrary wise, is there a vertical inequity problem which can arise from a purely taxation financing approach when compared with the strengths in intergenerational equity terms that might be engineered into a social insurance model?
It's certainly possible. Much of this will depend on the nature of the tax you choose to finance aged care and the rates that you apply. So you can usually find ways to counteract that.
But if it's just left to the taxation system without special design features being built in, then tax financing is not as strong on vertical equity, on intergenerational equity.
Yeah, I think that's true. So you don't get the reserve build-up, right? And because you don't get the reserve build-up, you don't get the kind of I won't call it pre-funding, but preserved funding for the future that you get with a hypothecated levy. Now, many tax economists, I should say, I'm not one of them, many tax economists would argue that's exactly why you don't want a hypothecated levy, because of all the trouble of keeping the reserve.
All right. Well, we might be able to come to that and your proposal that an account could be opened in the future fund to manage that reserve. I hope we'll have time for that at the end. Now, what are the issues that have to be confronted in designing social insurance to achieve efficiency in its administration? You've noted that social insurance in the table this is less economically efficient, but it can be mitigated by certain design features. Can you elaborate on that, Professor?
I think I see it really as coming down to a kind of record keeping. So social insurance requires you keeping track of contributions from people who've made them, and those kinds of issues we're not used to. I don't know whether I'm exactly answering your question, and so for that reason, I think the social insurance model carries with it an administrative load that we can probably do without.
And just going back into the tax financing column and now focusing on the hypothecated levy iteration or version of tax financing, can you give us a bit of an idea about how that would work in practice? What would be the most administratively efficient manner in which that would work in practice?
I can give you a kind of illustrative example.
Yes.
Supposing you said, well, everyone over the age of 40 has a 1 percentage point increment to their personal income tax. It sounds a bit like the Medicare levy, but we're doing it not for 27-year-olds. And we are going to levy this on the income tax, not just labour income, which would be more like a social insurance model in many countries. We're going to do it on the whole of the income tax. And you may even, although I think you probably wouldn't do this, but it would be possible to consider incrementing that a little bit further for people who are sitting above, right? 1.5% percentage points there. And then reserving that money for financing aged care starting now, right? So aged care is financed through this hypothecated levy. It's an aged care levy. We all know what it's for, and it's financing the public liability of aged care into the future, and we just keep doing that. And the reason for the 0.5 percentage point, the reason I introduced that is the possibility that the baby boomers, this is only starting for the baby boomers actually quite late. Right?
And that sounds at first blush as if it might be regarded by some people as unfair, but in the sense that there's a higher rate for some people based on age compared with others. But is the purpose of that to try to mitigate this intergenerational burden point, Professor? Would that be the...
Yeah, that would be its goal. I think too much is made of some of the superficial inequities that you might observe with age-based taxes. We have age-based transfers all the time. We pay an age pension at the age of 67. There are lots of transfers which are age-based. Taxes.
And is there also a factor at work in this concerning wealth distribution and, in effect, the high rate of home ownership of certain age cohorts and the appreciated value of those assets compared with younger generations' assets holdings?
It's going very broad. I think it is true that the baby boom cohort has quite high home ownership compared with younger generations and compared with themselves when they're at that age. There may be many reasons for that. It may not be that we are squeezing younger people out of this. It may be that everything is later, education is later, getting a career job is later, marriage is later, having children is later. But nevertheless, there is that difference, and some of it is probably because of the high home prices that we currently observe, particularly in our metropolitan centres.
Yes.
And I think that plays to something else which we have raised around means testing later, that maybe in this context we can make better use of that wealth that's embodied in the home to defray some of the costs of aged care.
Well, I certainly will come to that in a moment. And in effect, that involves a more individual approach to whether a particular individual has high asset holdings or a house that's of high value, rather than trying to generalise about an entire generation and an age cohort. So, in effect, it's looking at the value of the home at the back end rather than at the front end. Is that a fair summary, Professor?
I think that's a fair summary, yes.
Well, we'll come to that in just a moment. I'll just ask you a few more questions about how a hypothecated levy financed fund might work in practice. Would it operate? I think you've already answered, on a pay-as-you-go basis, in the sense that that demographic disequilibrium might generate some reserves, and that's a desirable thing, but that wouldn't be the primary model. It would be a pay-as-you-go administration fund. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what about the administration of such a fund? Would you see that as being best held in the hands of a public but independent body? Do you have any thoughts on that? Or should it be privately managed?
The reserve.
Yep.
The suggestion in our submission is that might sit with the future fund. The future fund has a good reputation for governance, and this is, in some sense, public reserves. So I'd be very comfortable with that kind of arrangement. Whether the future fund would be comfortable, I'm not sure.
Well, we might ask Mr. Costello tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be a great question. Yes.
And Professor Piggott, what about the administration of the estimates of outgoings, the calculation of any changes from time to time in the amount of a levy, and funds administration? Would these be in the hands of a separate government body, not in the hands of that fund manager, I assume?
Yeah, I think that would be in the hands of the Cost and Price Authority that you postulate in your propositions, and I think that would be quite a complex thing. I think that would have to be a significant entity to do that job well.
Might there be an argument that it should be in the hands of something separate from the Cost and Pricing Authority, so the Cost and Pricing Authority can just specialise in setting subsidy rates rather than concerning itself with the management of financing?
Are we talking about the management of the reserve?
I think, well, we're talking about the management of the funding stream, including the stream which might come from the reserve.
I see. I would have thought that the Cost and Pricing Authority would have a kind of flow requirement coming out from its deliberations, and that would be very connected with the specification of the hypothecated levy.
In your submission, you refer to the role, whether it's actually performed by the Cost and Pricing Authority, as you call it, or whether it's performed by some other body. You refer to that as advising government on prices and on these matters. Do you have a view about whether the role should be limited to advice, or should it extend as far as legally binding determinations?
I would like it to be more binding. I'm not sure. I would like it to be more binding, if that's legally feasible.
And is that because of the certainty that engenders as to the stability of the funding streams for the future of the system and participants in it?
Yes, yes, it's the certainty and the transparency that would engender.
Yep. What about the potential shortfalls of a hypothecated levy for aged care? Do you see shortfalls or potential challenges or deficits? Or
Well,
do they all have a potential design solution?
No system is perfect, and so this would face the same regulatory and political risk that many systems confront. I think that any system confronts. But of those available, I think this is the best. And I think the way that we have characterized it probably encapsulates the pieces that you need to do this job well.
Yes. Now you've mentioned the pricing authority, and in particular at pages 10 and 11 of the submission under topic 5, you've given us your views on in particular on page 11, you've given us your views on the potential role of that body, and you've spoken of the critical role of information about the inputs, the costs of providing services to a given level of quality. And just want to ask you about how much of that do you see as the core role of this Cost and Pricing Authority? Would you see the setting of the level of quality as something that should be determined separately from the from the determination of the level of funding?
I've had a few conversations about this. I think the quality of care is related to community standards. I could see that as having one function, and it will have implications for example, the ratio of nursing staff to other staff in a residential facility, to take a simple example. And so once some metric around the quality of care is set, that's going to have implications for the cost of delivering that care. And I think the calibration and the calculation of those costs, and then the associated prices and the implications for the levy, that should be the business of the pricing authority. That's my view. It's not, it's my view only, right? And I can't point to a lot of evidence supporting it. I just think that might work.
Indeed, and just on this point about the calibration of the level of quality required by the system, and the idea of keeping that separate, which I think you're agreeing with my proposition that there might be some benefits in separation.
Yes.
Would one reason for that be that you want undivided attention on quality standards, and you don't want there to be pressure on the decision maker to compromise on quality standards in order to achieve a predetermined funding outcome? Is that a valid concern?
Absolutely what I think, yes.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. could I ask you about the risks you identify, the institutional risks you identify about, in effect, capture of that cost and pricing authority, and whether you have any ideas about mitigating those risks? You talk about the potential for capture by industry. You also talk about the risk that the government of the day will ignore or distort the advice. And perhaps I could add a third, the risk that the authority would be, in effect, directed by or captured by the government in some way, because there's an element in the design you're postulating here which really necessitates the pricing authority being at arm's length from both government as funder and industry as service provider. Is that all?
Yeah, I think
correct in my premise?
That's what I conceive in what we have written. That's accurate.
Thank you. And do you have any suggestions?
Pointing to the ways in which that might be compromised.
Yes.
And I think the best defense is both awareness and processes of transparency and independence. And if they are sufficiently public, then it does make capture and interference and distortion on the part of any particular government more difficult. But
yes.
I don't think any system is completely watertight. There's always that risk.
Yes. And we heard a little earlier in the day from Professor Ikegami of Japan, and he pointed out that fiscal considerations had remained an important factor in the operation of the Japanese financing model for aged care. Do you have any ideas about how some sort of valid fiscal consideration can be taken into account at the same time as independent pricing to an objectively high standard of aged care can be attained? Is there some process by which an outer fiscal envelope could be determined from time to time on the basis of data produced by the pricing authority, for example, so that both some degree of fiscal confidence can be maintained at the same time as confidence on the part of participants in the aged care system about the sustainability and long-term stability of the funding of aged care services?
Yeah, I think it's difficult, but I think there might be a way out. So I think it's difficult for the reasons that we have just gone through, that there will be competing imperatives. I guess at the risk of a lot of oversimplification, I think that underlying microstructures around social protection should be protected. They're not completely protected, but they should be protected so far as we can. And retirement, I think that's happened to a very large degree, and in fact, if we look at our retirement system, many countries around the world look at us with a great deal of envy and wish they had a system as independent and as well directed as ours. I think as well with long-term care, with aged care, the actual fiscal requirement is not huge. So we're not talking about something like the healthcare system, which 12% or something, 13, 14% of GDP. We're talking about something that's relatively small, and it can be good to be small. And so if you have a lot of transparency and a lot of profile around this, then it may be that the game is not worth the candle in terms of fiscal interference.
Yes. How often, I'm not sure if this is related to the same point about balancing fiscal matters with the objective requirements of high quality care for all who need it, but how often would a hypothecated levy need to be reviewed, do you think? What would be the process, and roughly how long might it need to be reviewed? How often might it need to be reviewed?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a good question. I don't think you want to go in there and change it every 6 months or a year. I think that leads to a certain kind of trivialization of the tax rates, which after all do matter. I would have thought every 3 or 4 years you may wish to have a kind of reasonably comprehensive review, make sure the system is working as you had intended, and that at that point there may be a suggestion that, or a recommendation that rates be varied or a base be varied, something of that kind. That would be my suggestion. I mean, I work from a very partial knowledge base.
Well, indeed, and we're grateful for your contribution, and we understand that you're not providing detailed advice based on scrutiny of any particular model. This is to some extent a quite generalised discussion.
Yes.
But if you make the assumption that a body of the kind referred to in our proposition FF1 is up and running, and I'll just ask the operator to display tab 111 and to go to proposition FF1. Thank you. And if we have a body of the kind operating along those lines over the course of the first period of, say, 3 or 4 years, presumably data will be generated by the system, will be scrutinised by the aged care pricing authority referred to in this proposition, and there'll be over time an increasing understanding of what it costs to provide high quality care at a system level, and a firmer and firmer basis for prediction based on demographic projections about what the overall financing requirement is, divided into public financing and user contributions. Is that a reasonable vision of the future, Professor?
I think so, yes. I think we probably have some sense of where the demographics is going for some period into the future. I think where we operate in ignorance concerning the future is in technology. So things would look very different if suddenly there were a cure for dementia. And things would look very different if other forms of artificial intelligence were to become commonplace in aged care. They're things we don't know. So technology, I think, if you think about retirement incomes, I see that as being driven primarily by demographic forces, by population dynamics. Here, I think technology is more important. And that's why you would need, at the end of 3 or 4 years, you'd need a periodic review, because really you don't know where that's going.
Yes. Presumably, could I just ask, have you familiarised yourself enough with this proposition to compare it with your ideas about a cost and pricing authority? And do you find this proposition satisfactory in its terms?
Well, I've only read it. I haven't studied it. It seems to me to have the same kind of function and structure as the one that I imagined.
Yep. And Professor, the processes of this pricing body could take into account trends in existing technological innovations in deciding whether there are productivity improvements that justify changes in pricing levels. Yep.
Yes.
And and the data produced, or the data considered by the authority and its benchmarking studies, costs reviews, consideration of innovations, consideration of labour prices, all of these things could inform a levy review process on a regular basis of the kind you envisage. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Look, in the remaining time, can I ask you some more detailed questions about means testing? Right at the start of your submission, you say, well, there are really two sources here. There are public sources and private sources, and now we'll turn to the private sources at what I described as the back end of the financing model. That is contributions from people who are actually receiving the services in question. And you've kindly, in the appendix to the document that you've furnished to the Royal Commission, set out a schema of current charging arrangements. You've illustrated, this is on page 0013, please, operator. You've illustrated fees by income and assets in graphical form over pages 14 and 14. And in broad compass, what are your conclusions about the design of the current contributions regime? Does it leave room for improvement, Professor? And in what broad principles should inform any redesign of those contribution principles?
I think this is an area which requires systematic attention, probably. I was surprised at how piecemeal, I guess would be one term for it, the various components of the means testing system as it applies to aged care were, as I came to, and I'm still not across it, to be honest, right? It's quite a complex set of arrangements. So I think the information that one would need is a set of information about the distribution of resources of aged care users and information about their needs, right? Those two joint distributions put together. Then you'd have a sense of who with what resources needed what, and you'll be able to work from there to an effective means testing regime. I think this has been put together in pieces. That's my impression, and so it doesn't add up. I think there are a couple of things that do occur to me. One of the caps, the annual and lifetime caps. I think there should be caps, and the reason for that is not about equity. It's about, again, efficiency. It's about the absence of a market. But I think there should, in principle, be a market to insure against catastrophic loss associated with aged care, and that market doesn't exist. And so the idea of a cap there is a public sector response to that gap. But I think
stopping you there, Professor. So you said it's a matter of efficiency to have, in effect, a cap or a stop loss of some kind for catastrophic loss. And why is that a matter of efficiency? Is that about spending decisions of the entire community if they're in fear of catastrophic loss?
I think of it like this, that you by and large, markets work well, and markets allocate resources efficiently. The allocation of resources is not arbitrary. It puts resources where they should be used. But there are circumstances where those markets don't work. And in the first part of our submission, we identify some of those in this context. So one market you would think would work would be a market against catastrophic long-term care loss. So someone who is suddenly in residential care for 20 years. But in fact, you can't insure against that. So in the absence of that market, right, you're missing a piece of the equipment you need to efficiently allocate resources. And so the government should make that up, and does. It just strikes me that the lifetime cap is actually quite low. I could see that lifetime cap being doubled, but I don't want to be held to that exact metric, but I could see a substantial increase. So the people who have the capacity to pay rather more than they currently do.
And
That one piece. Another piece is around the owner-occupier house. So what's in resources? What do we count in resources? Well, my understanding is we count only $170,000 of the house in resources. Many people, most people who are of an age where they are beginning to think about aged care would have homes worth much more than that. And you could think of, say, half the value of the home being included for resource assessment purposes within a means test. So there would be a couple of examples of ways in which the means testing regime associated with aged care could become more comprehensive.
Yes. And you've referred to ways in which a balance can be struck by which people might have some greater proportion of their home taken into account in the assets test, and they therefore become liable to pay greater levels of contribution, but at the same time, there'll be no risk of them being ejected from their homes and having to sell them in a home care context, or their spouse or partner or other person living in that home who's codependent having to do the same. Could you explain that mechanism?
Of course. So what you're referring to is a reverse mortgage. So reverse mortgages have a long history, and they have, I think, application in this space. And the essential contract is that either as a lump sum or as a stream of payments, the home is put up as collateral, but no repayment occurs until some triggering event takes place. The triggering event could be vacating the home or selling it, or could be death. And then the lender recoups with compound interest, right, that loan at that point. So that kind of mechanism could operate in context, I think, and perhaps should operate in this context. Remember, this baby boom generation, which I guess is the medium-term challenge in terms of funding aged care. Baby boom generation has very high owner-occupier ratios, and many of those properties have considerable value. So I would have thought that would work quite well, and there is in fact a government scheme which does this, called the pension loan scheme, but there are commercial operators as well.
I'll just ask the operator to bring up a summary of the essentials of the pension loan scheme, document RCD 9999 0524 0001. And Professor, we've prepared this document from the sources that are cited in the document. It's have you had a chance to
I just
read
looked
this?
very briefly before coming on air, as it were. So,
well, thank you. There are certain eligibility criteria, and they wouldn't presently encompass everybody you envisage might wish to take this up in an aged care context, but I suggest that those criteria could be easily adapted and relaxed.
I suspect that you could take this and you could come up with a set of eligibility criteria that apply to people who have qualified for eligibility for support for aged care.
Yes, and there's also provisions about interest and security value of the property and so forth. But again, they could be adapted as appropriate for the aged care context, I suggest.
I suspect so. I mean,
could I ask you about the position where there's another person who's been living in the home, and indeed they might have a property interest in the home, either as joint proprietor or a tenant in common?
I think
is it possible to design a scheme that caters appropriately for the interests of that person and to make sure that person isn't prejudiced by being in effect deprived of their home when the principal person no longer needs it?
I think
How would
that
that work?
is possible. It just depends how far you go with this. The person left in the home, I think, could be protected without, certainly a spouse, maybe not a child, right? But a spouse could be protected. A partner could be protected from eviction, protected from eviction. What I don't know is whether you could set this up so that in some sense aged care could be financed twice. So if there is a partner in the home and one person goes into an aged care facility, even though the protected person remains in the home, value in the home is being chewed up. And so if the protected person subsequently requires expensive aged care, then there is a depleted resource. Now, I'm not sure how you manage that.
Well, in an earlier discussion, you asked whether we had any statistics on the numbers of people who are homeowners when they enter permanent residential aged care, and how many of those people have a partner or other person living in the home. I'll just ask the operator to display an extract from Australian Institute of Health and Welfare document at CTH 0001 7500 1094. And it seems that this would be a significant issue, although the statistics are not completely correlated on the set or the category of people you wished to know about, Professor. Those owning private residences upon entry into permanent residential aged care constitute about 69% of the cohort of people going into permanent residential aged care based on 2013-14 data. The operator might not be able to find that document, but I'll ask the operator to display CTH 0001 7500 1094. In any event, 69% of that cohort going into permanent residential aged care as at 2013-14 were owners of a private residence, whether fully owned in the sense of there being no outstanding mortgage, or whether still mortgaged. That's the figure. And as a separate matter, 49% of people going into permanent residential aged care reported living with others at the point of time when they would permanent residential aged care. So there's a significant cohort of people, one might infer, have come from a home which will still be inhabited by somebody else, and that might be a partner, or might be somebody else. What I suggest, Professor, is that it shouldn't be beyond the skill of the designers of an equitable program to come up with some attribution of the value of the property to each person, and then to predicate the operation of the means testing arrangements on that value. Yeah. Does that sound workable to you?
Like a a very good way forward. Yeah. Given that exposure to it, yes.
Yep. I'll just consult my notes. I wonder if the commissioners have any questions for Professor Piggott. Just one question to round off something you said a little earlier about your view that caps, although they might need recalibration in this context, are in principle a good idea and are indeed an efficient measure for the reasons you explained. In that respect, you differ from a recommendation of Mr. Tune in the legislative review on aged care in 2017.
Yes, I think I do. That's not a document that I was familiar with until just a couple of days ago, but I did look, and he does recommend the abolition of those caps. I would not recommend their abolition. I believe, I haven't seen it directly, but I have been told that there was a report on aged care in the UK a decade or so ago by Andrew Dilmott. And one of the outcomes of that review was the introduction to address the efficiency issue that I referred to.
The introduction of caps.
Yes.
Yes. They hadn't hitherto existed, but they were introduced for that very reason.
Apparently, I'm told, a major outcome of that review.
Yep. There was one other point I wished to raise. In your in the course of your evidence to the commissioners today, you referred to the possibility of, well, I beg your pardon, this might have in fact just simply been in your submission, the possibility of cross-subsidy from certain additional fees or additional service fees. Can I just ask you something generally about cross-subsidy between these different services and the revenue streams associated with the different services? In general, is it less economically efficient for there to be cross-subsidy between differently priced services and for revenues acquired from the provision of a particular service at a particular price to be used to lower the price of different services, differently priced, is in general economically inefficient? Is that right?
I think I'd agree with that. Yeah, I think on the whole that probably is. There may be circumstances where it's an acceptable practice, but in general you would look at it with caution.
But in any event, in the context of additional services being offered to people who wish to pay for them in aged care, you are essentially saying that that could be one of the exceptional cases where there could be permissible cross-subsidisation because it would lower the public financing burden for other people. Is that right?
It could be.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Commissioner Briggs.
Yeah. I thank you for your evidence, Professor Piggott. I've been struggling with the idea of a levy or an increase in tax coupled with extra charging for the better off. And what I'm struggling with is gaining buy-in. So middle and higher income people would pay the same percentage in a levy or a tax surcharge as others, but it would deliver significantly increased revenue into the system because they've got more money and they will pay more. Then for their care, there's an issue about how much more will they be willing to pay, and it's about the general acceptability of the system. everyone needs to support it, and that's that general argument about everyone needs to feel they've got a stake in the system. If we remove caps, it seems to me that they lose the stake in the system. But I'd like your views on that so I can understand what you think.
I didn't say that caps should be removed.
No, you didn't. That's right.
So I think the caps do protect people against serious loss. Families, intergenerational families against serious loss, catastrophic loss. And that's why I think the caps should be there. I just think the caps are quite limiting as they currently stand. Maybe that's a mistake.
Okay, thank you.
Professor Pickett, thank you very much for giving us your time and thoughts in preparation of the submissions and then in the preparation for the hearing today, and finally for the being here to answer questions. We're very grateful to you, and it's helped clarify our thinking in many respects. So thank you very much indeed. I think I need formally to excuse you from further attendance, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
We adjourn now till 10 o'clock tomorrow.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, 16th of September.